signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Point of order, Mr. John O'Dowd.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I informed your office that I was going to raise a point of order today in relation to Mr. Allister's comments in this chamber yesterday. When he asked a question to the Joint First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, he referred to her poisonous agenda in regard to her support for the Irish Language Act. I would ask that the Speaker's office not only look at the comments of Mr. Allister, but the manner and tone in which they were delivered, which I found to be unacceptable in both circumstances. I find Mr. Allister's approach to members of this House at times quite aggressive. I particularly find it in that manner when he's addressing women in this House, which I find particularly shocking. And I think Mr. Allister is going to have to learn the difference between speaking off the back of a trailer to loyalists and speaking to the people who represent his fellow citizens on this island when addressing people in this chamber. So I'd ask the Speaker's office to examine quite carefully Mr. Allister's behaviour in this chamber yesterday.
I'm grateful to the member for the notice about this point of order and for making the member from Northampton, Mr. Allister, aware of his intention to raise the issue. General standards of debate in this Assembly are those of respect, courtesy, good temper and moderation, and the Speaker has reminded members of that in recent months. Take the points that the member has made, and I'm sure that Mr. Allister has heard them. I think that I have addressed the points in relation to the standards, and I'm happy to leave the matter there. Mr. Allister.
Speaker, could I make it very, very plain? I have no apology to make for speaking the truth, and I do welcome the fact that the truth still seems to hurt.
Strictly speaking, that's not a point of order, but the member has placed his comments on the record. I myself, as members will know, am no shrinking violet, and I don't mind robust debate and argument, but I think at all times we should treat each other with respect, and I'm sure all members, regardless of their political affiliations and beliefs, would agree with that as a general sentiment as to how this House should conduct its business, and I'm content to leave the matter there. Mr. Colm Gildernew has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the issue. I call Mr. Colm Gildernew.
Just under 2,000 people have signed this petition from the Alzheimer's Society to cure the cure system. However, I know personally the call and focus is shared by many, many more people across the North. Feelings of confusion, desperation and isolation don't just affect people with dementia, they also affect those who are caring for them and who are closest to them. It is estimated that across the North, 22,000 people are living with dementia, and their families are struggling to get the support and care that they need and deserve. The coronavirus pandemic has exposed failings in the health and social care system like never before. People with dementia have been worst hit by coronavirus, accounting for over a third of all deaths here, according to NISRA, with many more unfortunately rapidly deteriorating from the knock-on effect of lockdown. The Health Committee undertook a review into the impact of care homes. The review found many failings and groups impacted, but that inquiry was never able to cover the wide-ranging impact the pandemic has caused on those with dementia in the community and their families. The number of people waiting longer than 9 weeks to see a GP for a dementia diagnosis has more than tripled from 2020 to 2021. Family carers are exhausted, and in sadly all too many cases they feel abandoned and ignored. Today, we are still awaiting word on the COVID-19 recognition payment for unpaid carers some 6 months after that was first announced. Where the person with dementia was a care home resident, far too many families frustratingly weren't able to visit or access the care partner model. Until things change, dementia will continue to claim more than one life, as the families facing dementia feel its destructive effects also. It doesn't have to be this way. We know that the right care and support services can make a huge difference for people with dementia and their families. Supporting people to best manage their lives with dementia, how they want to, and enabling families to spend more time in their important roles, that of husbands, wives, sons and daughters. We need to see urgently the long overdue proposals from the Minister into the future reform of adult social care. Alzheimer's Society is calling for a focus on the social care system to provide quality social care that's free and easy to access no matter where you live. Because unfortunately, while dementia is not curable yet, the care system is. For the North, as we look into the reform of social care, we need to ensure that proper funding is attached to the regional dementia pathway, and dementia needs to be a standalone priority. So I recommend the petition to the Speaker's Office.
Thank you, Mr Gildernew. Normally I would invite the member to bring his petition to the table and to present it. However, because of social distancing, I would ask Mr Gildernew to remain in his place and to make arrangements to submit the petition to the Speaker's Office. I thank Mr Gildernew for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition to the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister and send a copy to the committee. Thank you. I have received notice from the Minister for Health that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, Mr Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their places, as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. This is a ministerial statement and not a debate. Long introductions will not be allowed. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period thereafter. I now call upon the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on the very important topic of the new 10-year mental health strategy. As we are all aware, mental ill health is one of the greatest challenges facing us today. The COVID-19 pandemic and restrictions to everyday life had and will continue to have a significant impact on our population's mental health. It is currently estimated that the long-term effects of the pandemic may create up to 32% more referrals over the next 3 years. That means more than 19,000 referrals in adult mental health, over 5,000 more referrals to psychological services, and over 24,000 more unscheduled care contacts. This is at a time when our mental health services are already under significant pressure. Inpatient mental health services are under extreme demand, with health and social care trusts consistently operating above 100% bed occupancy levels in acute adult mental health services. We hear of stories of patients who have to wait for very long periods in emergency departments under PSNI supervision, as there are no beds available in mental health, and of patients on mattresses on floors. Equally, our community mental health services are experiencing increased referral rates and heightened levels of acuity. I have heard stories of patients desperately seeking help without being able to receive the help they need. Patients as young as 8 needing specialist help for eating disorders. Older people starved of human contact without the ability to get help for the mental illness caused by loneliness. Since becoming Health Minister, I have made mental health one of my top priorities. I want to make sure that those who need help with their mental health can receive the help and support they need when they need it. I have shown that it's not just about words and platitudes, but also about action. In the last 18 months, I have published the Mental Health Action Plan, including a COVID-19 mental health response plan, and I have appointed Northern Ireland's first ever mental health champion. I have approved the creation of a specialist perinatal mental health service and managed care networks for both CAMHS and forensic mental health. I have also established a £10 mental health charity support fund and initiated change across mental health services. Across mental health services in Northern Ireland, we have a dedicated workforce that give their all to help and support those in need. I am extremely thankful for their hard work, and in particular during the difficult circumstances of this last year. Going forward, we must equip those working in mental health services with the right tools and systems to ensure that they can help those who need help. We also need to work closely with our partners in the community and voluntary sector to reform our mental health services. And I am therefore pleased to announce the publication of the new 10-year mental health strategy 2021-2031. The strategy sets out 35 actions to initiate reform of our mental health services. It sets a clear direction of travel to support and promote good mental health, provide the right early intervention to prevent serious mental illness, provide the right care and treatment when people need specialist help, and provide new ways of working across mental health services. The strategy is built on a vision of a society which promotes emotional well-being and positive mental health for everyone, which supports recovery and seeks to reduce stigma and mental health inequalities. Our vision sets out the aim for a regionally consistent system that provides equality and equity of service for everyone. We also want to break down barriers so that people are put in the centre. The strategy itself is divided into 3 themes. The first theme, promoting mental well-being, resilience and good mental health across society. That is key to removing and reducing the stigma associated with mental ill health. It provides actions for early interventions and prevention across the lifespan and considers those who care for people with mental ill health. The second theme, providing the right support at the right time, provides services improvements, including improvements across the whole lifespan. It also outlines actions to integrate primary care and secondary care and the community and voluntary sector into service delivery. The theme puts the vision of a truly person-centred care at the core of the reform work. The third theme, new ways of working, provides actions to create system change to allow effective and efficient delivery of mental health services and to promote innovation and research to improve mental health outcomes across our population. While all of the actions in the strategy are important, I would like to highlight a number of them today. Action 2 is to create an action plan for promoting mental health through early intervention and prevention, with year-on-year actions covering a whole-life approach from infancy to older age. The action plan will consider groups disproportionately affected by mental ill health, who often struggle to access early intervention services, and seek to reduce stigma associated with mental ill health. Action 10 seeks to increase the funding for CAMHS to 10% of the funding for adult mental health services. This will allow for the real service improvement and will continue to ensure increased funding for CAMHS every time adult mental health services receive additional funding. Action 15 will change how mental health services are structured, with a greater focus on the community. This will bring mental health services closer to the person who needs them, where they have the support from family, carers, friends and others. Action 17 seeks to fully integrate the community and voluntary sector into the development and delivery of mental health services. This will recognise the good work carried out outside the statutory sector and bring these valuable partners into the work to improve mental health outcomes. Action 31 will create a single mental health service. This will be done not by removing HSC trusts, rather by supporting them in their work through regional cooperation and consistency. Unfortunately, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, mental health services in Northern Ireland have historically been underfunded when compared to other jurisdictions. For example, it is estimated that funding in Northern Ireland is 27% less than in England, 20% less than in the Republic of Ireland, and that is even though the mental health need is assessed as up to 25% higher here than in England. The strategy is therefore ambitious and provides the much-needed reform of our mental health services. However, delivery will be dependent on the provision of additional and sustained funding. To outline the investment needed for the reform, I have also published a funding plan together with the strategy. The funding plan identifies a significant investment need, with the estimate need of £112 to £158 million revenue funding per annum and a £285 million one-off capital investment. The funding plan outlines an investment need of £1.2 billion over the next 10 years to fully implement the strategy. At this level, it is therefore clear that my department does not currently have sufficient funds available to implement the strategy unless significant levels of existing activity are ceased. Additional investment from outside the department will therefore be required to make the strategy a reality. It will require a collected effort across the entire executive to bring about the much-needed reform of mental health services. I am therefore working closely with my executive colleagues to ensure the provision of the necessary funding is prioritised in the next budget process. 4 actions within the strategy have been identified as key enablers. This includes staffing resources in the mental health system for implementation, the regional mental health service, the workforce review and the outcomes framework. My department has identified funds in 2021-22 to initiate these 4 key areas of work, which will set the foundation for the strategy going forward. In conclusion, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, it is accepted that the pandemic is having a significant impact on the mental health of our population. It is also accepted that our mental health services are in need of reform. The new mental health strategy I am publishing today is the blueprint for this reform. Before concluding, it is worth noting all the people who have supported the development of this strategy. The strategy is the result of genuine co-production. Over the last year, hundreds of people have been involved in meetings, through workshops, at online events, and through direct communication with my officials on how we can ensure we have mental health services that are fit for the future. This includes service users, carers, professionals, community-involved sector groups and many others. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay a particular tribute to officials in my department. From the moment I entered the Department of Health, I have been hugely impressed by the commitment, professionalism and unwavering dedication from the staff within the mental health team. And in particular, I want to commend Thomas Adele, Head of the Adult Mental Health Unit, who has been the real driving force behind this strategy, along with Peter Toogood, the new Mental Health Director in my department. Without their efforts, along with the support of everyone else, the work to develop the strategy would not have been possible. And so I want to extend a huge thank you to everyone who has been involved in the work. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, together we can continue to reduce stigma around mental ill health. Together we can improve services and the mental health system. Together we can improve mental health outcomes in Northern Ireland. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. We now proceed to an hour of questions on the statement. I say an hour, that's the maximum time, and I have lots of members listed, so please focus questions in order that I can get as many people in as possible. One person who will get a bit of leeway is the Chair of the Health Committee, Mr. Colm Gildernew.
Gormaagad, Priolaski and Corlia and Gormaagad Minister for this very important statement on a centrally important piece of work. And I would like to also acknowledge the work of your officials and of the many organisations and activists involved in developing the strategy. And we have in committee engaged with both Tomas and Peter on a regular basis and very effectively. So that's to be welcomed. I also welcome the indication within the statement that the stakeholders in the charity and voluntary sector will be more centrally involved on an ongoing basis, and I think that's to be welcomed and the right approach as well. So, Gormaagad Marshin. Minister, access to GP services and indeed workload on GPs themselves is increasingly under pressure. However, access to local, accessible and effective counselling services is also difficult and can be a postcode lottery depending on where you live. If the GP in many cases don't even provide counselling services, can you outline how this strategy will ensure that accessible counselling services locally, so that patients don't have to travel large distances to access them? And also, could I ask you for some details on the review into the mental health workforce that you identified there, in particular when that will be complete, and will it have clear recommendations on staff numbers and roles needed going forward?
And I thank the Chair, and I also thank the Chair for his acknowledgement of the engagement that my officials have had with the committee and the engagement the committee has had with the voluntary community sector and bringing forward the publication of this strategy that was done throughout the time while we were also dealing with the pandemic as well. In regards for the workforce review, there is a specific section within the mental health strategy in regards for the workforce review. The outcomes are to present a well-supported workforce that is fit for the future and meets the needs of all those who are mentally ill, and also increase the number of training places for mental health professionals and an increase in the number of staff employed. Over 20% of mental health nursing posts in HSC trusts are currently vacant, and while the number of psychiatry posts is not higher than the rest of the UK, the use of locums to fill those vacant posts is very high, and we actually have a combined locum and vacant post rate of 22%. And whilst locums can fill those duties, that's not the same as having a permanent post as well. So the work is in there in regards to how we fill those posts on a long-term and sustainable system as well. It's also mentioned in the funding plan about the investment that is needed in regards to sustain those posts over the next over the next 10 years is the duration of this strategy as well. In regards to the local level of engagement, there is a desire and there is an indication in the mental health strategy of actually producing mental health hubs, which will ensure that provision and support is actually closer to the people who need it in the communities that they need it as well. And that's why we engage in both primary and secondary care delivery in regards to do that as well. So it is about that engagement, about that multidisciplinary team approach that we've seen work elsewhere will also be delivered through those local mental health hubs as well.
Mr. Gordon-Lyons.
The statement, and I hope it makes a real difference in the lives of the people that we represent. There are, however, a couple of very stark figures in this document, the first of which is the fact that COVID restrictions and the impacts of the pandemic have had a 32% increase in referrals. I think that is shocking and something that we need to be wary of in this House when we're bringing in regulations. The other, of course, is the huge financial gap that exists in the fact that our funding is 25% lower compared to England, but that our need is 25% higher. We need to deal with that funding issue and we need to deal with treatment, but can I ask the Minister if he agrees with me that we also need to look not only at treatment but at building resilience and early intervention, because that's key to helping people and saving money in the long term. And finally, can I also say to the Minister that the facilities that we have are incredibly important as well. We need 21st century facilities, not 19th century facilities, and to that end, can he give an update on the acute mental health facility that is to be replacing Hollywell? Thank you.
Sorry, just 1 second. I counted 3 questions, and again, if I could just, this is to ensure that people further down the list get their chance. I think that's only fair, and I'm glad to see the member from Northdown nodding in agreement with me. I think it's really right and proper. Minister.
I thank the Vice Chair for his questions. You counted 3, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I got 5. But anyway, and look, I'll take them. I'll take them in order, but maybe at a high level, so that other members have a continued chance to ask questions. In regards to the capital programme, again, there is a sustained item within the mental health strategy in regards to the capital investment that is needed. It's 285 million. We do need. It's covered in the funding plan as well, and it addresses the 3 mental health facilities that have already been earmarked for updating and upgrading in regards to where they currently sit. And the member is right in regards to the investment that we do need to see in that physical build and that capital structure as well. So that's why this strategy actually sits beside or sits alongside the funding plan, because it needs to be that collaborative approach as well. In regards to the impact of mental health on COVID, it has always been something that has been at the front and centre of any decisions that we have made as the Department of Health and recommendations coming forward to the Executive. And as a former Minister, the member will know that in the discussions that has always been taken into consideration, and even commentary and input from the Chief Medical Officer in regards to how we actually take those forward as well. But the funding gap is historic. It's something that this strategy and funding plan, it's something that we all know in this House has been there for a period of time, but it's how this strategy and associated funding plan now sits alongside that to address that gap has been there. But the strategy also sets about addressing some of the inequalities in funding and internally in mental health, and that's why there's that specific commitment in regards to the financial support of CAMS, so that for the additional monies that comes into mental health, we invest that also in CAMS as well, so that they get the 10% uplift and support that they also need as well.
Ms. Cara Hunter.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister this morning for this statement and also for his ongoing commitment to mental health and suicide prevention. It is most welcome. Minister, in the statement it included action point 15. You mentioned a restructuring of mental health services, bringing them closer to the individual who needs them. And with myself, my constituency is very rural. There's limited access to crisis support services, specifically from midnight till morning. So I'm just wondering how action point 15 what will this mean for constituents who are based in a rural constituency? Thank you.
And again, I think the point, because I know it is one the member has often raised in regards to the accessibility of mental health supports. There actually is in the sector as well, or in the strategy as well, at point 50 for certain sectors and individuals, and actually explicitly states the rural and farming community, where mental health is a particular concern, and that's due, as the member knows, to both physical isolation from communities, the worry about the livelihood, the anxiety regarding personal and family safety. And actually research by the Farm Safety Foundation revealed that 84% of farmers under the age of 40 believe that mental health is the biggest hidden problem facing farmers. So it's important to reach out to the harder to reach groups to intervene early and prevent the onset of mental health problems, and that's why we are putting forward under Action 15 that creation of the mental health hubs as well that will be supported to make sure that people can access that support when they actually need it, where they need it as well, rather than having to go elsewhere, so that there is really, in regards to mental health, a no wrong door approach, that people can get the support when they need it.
Mr Robbie Butler.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, you're clearly a minister who tells people what you're going to do, then you're a minister who delivers on your promises, and then today you are delivering the good news of what you promised to do. And it's a great day as the mental health spokesperson of the Ulster Unionist Party to be part of this announcement today, Minister. The publication is very, very welcome, and the Minister, I know, is very well aware of the pressures in particular around children's and adolescent mental health, and I know the Minister will also recognise the sterling work done by Pure Mental NI and Crisis Cafe, amongst other young groups. But can the Minister inform us as to what commitments form part of the strategy that might help to transform children's and mental health, adolescent mental health services, please?
And again, I thank the member for his point in regard, and I mentioned earlier in regards to when I was answering the Deputy Chair of the Committee in regards to the funding for CAMS. There are a number of actions within the strategy that's actually designed to improve support for children and young people with mental health needs, and that's promoting positive social and emotional development through childhood, to provide enhanced and accessible mental health services for those who need specialist support, and that includes children and young people with disabilities, their families, their parents, but also includes that commitment for increased funding for CAMS to create a clear and consistent urgent, emergency and crisis services to children and young people. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, my team worked closely with organisations such as the Northern Ireland Children Commissioner, the Princess Trust and Action Mental Health during the development of this strategy and the consultation to ensure that children and young people were involved, and a children and young people's version of the strategy was also produced to encourage and facilitate the engagement and involvement of children and young people in the consultation process.
Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement today. I look forward to reading the blueprint in more detail later today. You mentioned there earlier about the mental health hubs, and before I entered politics full-time, I worked in the community sector and was aware these mental health hubs were being set up. Part of the issue was that there was a lack of resources and a lack of support then when people came forward. I'm just wondering, are you satisfied enough money will be put into these hubs to make a difference? And also, what engagement have you had with the Department for Communities Minister around additional funding for the community and voluntary sector, because they have a vital role to play in terms of dealing with issues such as isolation? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question in regards to the funding of the mental health hubs. It is laid out in the document that runs aside this, and in regards to the funding plan, about what that financial commitment will be recurrent over the 10 years. As I said today, while I've published this, it doesn't indicate that I have the funding at the minute to deliver it as well. So while this is about the direction of travel that I was asked to undertake and produce, that's what we have done. But it's also now about seeking that further investment, long-term investment, recurrent investment in all the aspects that need stepped out over the next 10 years to provide the support and the change of service that we actually need. In regards to the support of the voluntary community sector as well, I have ongoing conversations with the Minister of Communities and how we can further support those. But the member will also be aware that I announced a £10 million mental health support fund that will open on Monday. The fund is open to all charitable organisations that offer support services to people with mental ill health throughout Northern Ireland, and groups will be invited to submit proposals on themes which are key supports to ill health as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and which also strengthen the person-centred approach in the new 10-year mental health strategy. So that funding also ties in with the work that we've announced today.
Mr. Jonathan Buckley.
Minister for his action plan. One of the most startling elements of this statement is the estimated 32% increase in mental health referrals due to COVID and the restrictions. But it's fair to say that it's not just legacy restrictions. Indeed, current restrictions are still having a terrible impact on the mental well-being of many of our citizens. Just last week, I had a distraught constituent who could not visit their mother, who was very gravely sick in hospital due to restrictions in that hospital. This is not the first instance that I have had of this. Will the Minister intervene and end this visitation fiasco, which is having such a devastating impact on the mental well-being of many of our citizens who are already at a very difficult situation regarding the health and well-being of their loved ones?
Visitation is something that we keep under constant review. The next review is due on the 9th of July in regards to where we see the current pandemic and make that risk assessment. I do want to correct the member. I did not say the 32% increase in referrals was due to restrictions. I said the 32% more referrals over the next were the effects of the pandemic. So there is a complete and justifiable distinction between the mental health effects of the pandemic and what the member is actually trying to allude to, that all that was caused simply by the restrictions that were put in place.
Ms. Liz Kimmins.
And thank the Minister for his statement this morning. Minister, supporting those with a dual diagnosis of addiction and a mental health condition has been a long-term feeling, and I know my colleagues Carol Cullen and Orlia Flynn have raised this issue numerous times. I note the draft strategy mentions creating a managed care network. So can I ask the Minister, what assurances can you give that in a year's time those who are accessing this managed network will see an improvement in their lives who after being repeatedly let down?
And again, I think the member talks about what will happen in a year's time. Could I ask her for her support with her party colleague, especially the Finance Minister, in ensuring that in a year's time that I have the funding commitment that is also set out in the funding plan, not just for a year's time, but the 10 years' time that is also set out as well in regards to what we need to do in the entirety of this strategy. In regards to dual diagnosis, which the member and a number of her colleagues have raised with me and raises often, there is a specific section in the mental health strategy from point 183 onwards where we do look at the outcomes of a concurrent mental health issues and substance use, and what the outcomes actually target in regards to this strategy are a reduction of patients with concurrent mental health and substance use and non-compliant with mental health treatment, a person-centred approach to care that focuses on the person rather than expecting the person to fit into the system, better health and social outcomes for those with concurrent mental health and substance use issues, and people with co-occurring mental health and substance use issues receiving high-quality, holistic and person-centred care. The strategy also states the dual diagnosis guidelines are clear that services should work collectively to address the needs of the person. And again, I get back to that comment that we do want to focus in regards to this strategy, that a managed care network will be created to ensure that there is a no wrong door approach and that the person receives the support they need when they go to the first door.
Nicola Brogan.
I thank the Minister for his statement here this morning. Minister, I'd first of all like to welcome your earlier commitment to include infant mental health into the overall strategy. But in relation to the funding of the strategy, and in particular the £285 million one-off capital investment, can you outline where the capital investment is going? Is it into a perinatal mental health unit, an eating disorders inpatient unit, or maybe even the acute mental health unit in OMA that was agreed back in 2016?
I thank the member for raising the last point, and I think I heard the tail end of her petition yesterday in regards where she referred to the 400 million as a sticking plaster in regards to what we are doing in regards to the mental health facility in OMA. It's necessary work to bring that facility up to a standard that is acceptable at this minute in time. The 285 million, as she will be able to see later in the funding plan, goes to that commitment of the wider capital investment that we need to put in place. There's a majority of it is actually earmarked for the 3 mental health hospitals that have been identified across Northern Ireland and the input that does give them there. Part of that is the OMA facility that the member has called for and submitted the petition yesterday, which I haven't received yet, but will respond formally to her on that.
Mr. Mark Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement that signals a very positive step forward in our long-running battle to reform mental health services, to make them more widely available, to make them more accessible, and to ensure investment in mental health. That's a massive issue here, a massive problem here, and one that must never again be swept under the carpet and suffer from chronic underinvestment. The challenge for all of us and for all departments is to make sure that departments don't just buy into this, but that they also pay into it. Minister, what confidence has the Minister got that departments will work beyond their silos, and in particular that the Department for Education will ensure that building mental well-being and mental resilience are central to our children's education?
And I thank the member for that point. Well, 2 points there in regards to the investment in our young people. There is a section specifically again in the strategy in regards to the support of young people from the age of from early years onwards. In regards to that, and the member will also be aware that recently the Minister of Education and myself co-funded a support package into schools. Education put in 5 million, and we supplied 1.5 million for that support as well. So this is about early intervention, which actually leads to prevention as well. In light of this, Action 5 in the strategy seeks to expand that early intervention process as well. And the strategy also highlights the use and delivery of alternative methods of therapy, including art therapy, music therapy, incorporating different methods of delivery in our day-to-day models as well. In regards to the financial commitment, again, I listened to the Minister of Finance yesterday when he made that statement about how health was an executive priority. Mental health is a Department of Health priority, because we do have to rebalance the imbalance that has been there over the past number of years in regards to both investment in our facilities, but also investment in the workforce and funding for the work that needs to be done. So there is a challenge, there is a job of work to do, and that's why we deliberately set about not just publishing a strategy, but also the funding plan that needs to deliver that strategy. So it's not just a document that sits there in an abstract, but we can actually see what the money is needed for, where it can be invested, but also the outcomes that come out of that investment as well. I do acknowledge the Minister, or the Member's Minister from the Minister of Infrastructure, has already committed that if it's necessary for surrenders to be made in different departmental budgets, that the Member's Minister is up for that, so we can get health back to where it should be in Northern Ireland.
Mr. Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, can I put in record that it is to the Minister's credit and that of his staff that his department can bring forward such an important piece of work while still dealing with the COVID pandemic and all the associated consequences of that. So I thank the Minister for his statement this morning, and for the first time it appears we have a Minister who not only recognises the historic underfunding of mental health services, but who is prepared to take action to rectify it.
The strategy has a big financial ask, and other speakers have alluded to that this morning. Is the Minister confident that he will have the full support of the rest of the Executive to deliver on the actions and improvements within it? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member for his point. In regards to my opening comments, I referred to the times for warm words and platitudes to be over, and that's what this action plan was about. It's also what this funding plan is about as well, so that I can present to ministerial colleagues the financial need, the financial ask. This strategy has been costed by my department officials as to what it needs to actually deliver it. I will continue to have engagements with ministerial colleagues in regards to the necessity of investing now, and it really is about investing to save, because we have to invest now in the mental health and well-being of the people in Northern Ireland, so that we don't see those increasing pressures and waiting lists actually expand in regards to the mental health needs of the population of Northern Ireland.
Mr. Pat Sheehan.
Minister, I have been engaging with school leaders in my own constituency over the past number of months, and it's clear that the mental health support system within our schools is under considerable pressure. It was under considerable pressure. It has been made all the more worse now as a result of the pandemic. And given that mental health in our schools is a cross-cutting issue, could you tell us what engagement you've had with the Health Minister or ministers over the past while, and what are you going to do to ensure that our young people get the support they need within the school system?
And again, I thank the member for his point in regards to, I suppose, the knowledge he now brings, having transferred from health into the Committee of Education, in regards to what work can be done across the system as well. Within the mental health strategy, there is a section specifically about young people in regards to, as I said earlier, that no wrong door approach, especially for CAMS. So that Action 12 is actually there, that we create a clear and regionally consistent urgency and emergency crisis service for children and young people, should we get to that stage. But what the member talks about is that investment that we as a Department of Health and the Department of Education can do together. A number of months ago, as I said in an earlier answer, we did announce that joint funding package for the mental health supports within schools. £5 million came from the Department of Education, supported by £1.5 million from my own department in regards to that supports. That's the first step. That's an investment in the mental health and well-being of our young people, so we can build in that early age resilience as to the fact that they know now that mental ill health is not a stigma that needs to be hidden, and it's something that they should be talking about should they feel the strains and pressures that they come under now, strains and stresses and pressures that weren't there when the member and I were that age as well, because of the changes in society, of social media and all the additional pressures that are currently there that we didn't have to face at that age.
I dare not venture a guess as to when that was that you were that age, Minister, but anyway. Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Very important today, as Northern Ireland has fallen dramatically behind in terms of mental health care. Minister, can you tell us what engagement you've had with the mental health strategy developed by the Elephant in the Room Youth Mental Health project, and the recommendations which they have brought forward specifically around mental health and young people?
And I thank the member. As I said in the statement earlier on, my officials have engaged widely with a number of stakeholders and different groups in regards to the consultation and engagements that we've actually had in producing not just the strategy but also the action plan as well. In regards to the Elephant in the Room, it was actually a group that was first introduced to me by the member's party colleague, Chris Little, as Chair of the Education Committee. And one of the things that we were able to do at that point as well was actually to bring them to present to the Executive Subcommittee on mental health, resilience, wellbeing and suicide prevention. So that organisation has had, I suppose, direct input into not just how we developed and how we've worked around this strategy, but also into that subgroup of the executive as well. And then they had follow-up meetings, I think, with the Minister of Communities, Carolyn Cullen, at that point in regards as to specifically how she could support the work that they were doing as well.
Mr. Justin McNulty.
Minister, I welcome the statement. I hope the initiatives, which are very important, will produce important positive outcomes. Often we see a lot of focus on physical conditions, but mental health is the unseen condition that, as my colleague has said, has unfortunately been swept under the carpet for too long. I appreciate the commitment to additional support and CAMHS. Can the Minister assure me that children in schools will not be forgotten about? Before they've come to have mental health issues, can they be taught the resilience that's so important to prevent these issues becoming impactful in their lives, and through sport and education, how important roles can they play? And for those children and young people who are suffering from learning difficulties, who have suffered throughout the pandemic, people like the Taylor boys in Armagh, their mum Catherine, who have had no access to respite and whose mental health has deteriorated enormously, their families as well. What supports are in this for them?
Again, I thank the member for his point in regards to respite, and the member will be aware it was an issue that was covered in a debate recently here in the House. In regards to the strategy, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, it actually covers where we want to go and what we intend to do with child and adolescent mental health as well. The outcomes that are envisaged within this are supports for infants in child and adolescent mental health service, where children and young people should receive the care and treatment they need when they need it, without barriers or limitations, and this should be evident through shorter waiting lists. And that also includes about an outcome for a reduction in difficult transitions for children and young people by improved outcomes in 10,000 more voices and similar user surveys. But it also looks, and I think what the member refers to, is that a regional approach to the delivery of child and adolescent mental health services, which we're currently not seeing now because there is a different level of delivery across our different trusts, and that's why one of the key aims of this strategy, and one that we're able to commence with the current funding that has been committed by my department, is that about how we look about a regional service to deliver that consistent approach across Northern Ireland.
Ms. Rachel Woods.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today, and I look forward to reading the strategy later on. I also look forward to the funding being allocated too, that is clearly needed. I want to bring the Minister back to dual diagnosis and ensuring that people who have co-occurring disorders are receiving the support they need. So can the Minister outline how the actions in the strategy tie in with the substance misuse strategy and ensuring that those with dual diagnosis, especially in relation to people accessing housing, because you'll be aware that that is an issue, and how will this be part of the joint working envisioned?
And again, I think the member, she will know the substance use strategy is actually mentioned, well, she will see the substance use strategy is actually mentioned in regards to the specific sector we have in regards to dual diagnosis within this strategy as well, because they're all strategies and pieces of work that are coming forward from my departments. We've made sure there is that crossover as well in regards to dual diagnosis as well. Because as the member is fully aware, in regards to dual diagnosis, service users often report difficulties in accessing services with unclear lines of referrals. So the response that we want to envisage from this must therefore ensure that mental health services and substance use services consider the patient first and adjust the system to fit the patient rather than expecting the patient to adjust to fit the system as well. So that's laid out within the strategy as well, and I thank her as well for the comments in regards to the funding as well, because I will do my utmost to ensure that this strategy is funded as well, as will, I hope, will all the executive parties, but also all the other members within this House as well, in the support of the vital work that this strategy sets about doing to deliver for all the people of Northern Ireland.
Mr. Jim Allister.
In regard to the estimate of an extra 32% referrals arising from the pandemic, if it doesn't include those resulting from lockdown, what is that figure? And if it does, what proportion of that arises from lockdown? And is there any acknowledgement on the part of the Executive that the severity and duration of the lockdown in fact adversely contributed to mental health as to cancer services and everything else.
I thank the member and maybe Mr Principal Deputy Speaker to clarify the point. The 32% referrals is of the effects of the pandemic, and that will include some of those who have suffered from the effects of restrictions and regulations that have been put in place, because we are aware of the impact that it has. And if you refer back, and the member will be able to read back in Hansard what I actually said in my opening statement, if there was a misconception in response to Mr Buckley earlier on, I'll correct that quite happily in the record, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that 32% includes all the long-term mental effects of the pandemic. But I do want to point out to the member, when he talks about the executive's decision, I do have to identify that these mental health impacts are not just being experienced here in Northern Ireland, they're being experienced across the United Kingdom, the Republic of Ireland, and in every other country where this virus has had serious impacts on not just the physical health of people, but also the mental health of people as well. Because we have never faced in our lifetimes a pandemic like this, and I hope that we never have to face it again, where we have had to take the decisions that we have taken as an executive. We haven't taken them in isolation, as many people in this House seem to indicate that we were doing something that was solely unique to Northern Ireland, because the decisions we made were what we were seeing being replicated in many other jurisdictions. And as I said to the Vice Chair of the Committee in his response, when coming forward with these recommendations, the Chief Medical Officer always had his input in regards to the societal and mental health and well-being of the population when these decisions were being taken. There was also a considerable piece of work in regards to the cohort that we actually asked to shield during the first wave of the pandemic, and we actually asked the Patient Client Council to engage with those people in regards to indicating what mental health and additional mental health strains they were experienced due to shielding as well. And that was part of the feedback that we took into consideration when coming the second wave, that we didn't go to such an aggressive stance in regards to shielding that community as we had in the first stance.
Mr Jerry Carroll. Thanks, Minister, for a statement. Minister, you referenced heartbreaking cases of people under 8 years of age, needing specialist treatment for eating disorders. The mother of a young person recently in contact with me about her child being severely distressed and forced to wait months to get access to private services because the NHS and trusts are so overwhelmed. It seems to be, unfortunately, commonplace. Question I want to ask the Minister is around funding. The statement states about needing £1.2 billion of funding. I suggest it's probably greater to tackle the pandemic of health and mental health crisis over so many years. Where does the Minister envisage this money coming from? There's been some suggestion around waiting lists that we take from services here, the fund waiting lists here. I would suggest that is a short-term and misguided strategy, and I suggest looking at those who have financially blossomed during COVID would be a better strategy. But where does the Minister see the money to fund this coming from? Thank you.
I thank the member for his point, and in regards to where I've been clear in this isn't about having to shift funding within the Department of Health. There's no point of me robbing Peter to pay Paul to deliver for a mental health service while at the same time then underfunding or reducing the funding and support to another part of the health service. Over the last number of statements that I've made to this House, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in regards to elective care, in regards to or no more silos, in regards to the work that we see now needed done in the mental health strategy, it indicates of 10 years of underinvestment in the entirety of our health service. The 1.2 billion that we now need, that we've indicated that we need over the next 10 years to correct that underfunding, is the cost that we paid for those 10 years of underinvestment. If we'd have kept level, or kept at least with a realistic service provision and support mechanisms over the past 10 years, that need now would not be so big, even in regards to the capital expense that we need to have. So in regards to where do we see this is about tough decisions and tough conversations at the executive level. If our block grant is not increasing from Westminster, there is a need that we find this money and we invest this money in the people of Northern Ireland. You don't have a sustainable workforce if their neither physical or mental health allows them to go to work. You cannot have a sustainable education service if the children attended or if the teachers or the people supporting them are not physically or mentally able to carry out the work that they need to do. So we need to invest in our health service for the future and for the direction that we need to see Northern Ireland actually travel in, where we can support an education, where we can support our economy, but we have to do that with a healthy, both physically and mentally health able population, and we start that now by investing in this strategy and delivering the 35 outcomes that have been indicated through the co-production and co-design.
Ms Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for the statement. Minister, as part of the Sinn Féin submission to the strategy, we highlighted the lack of reference to actions to reduce long-standing and ingrained health inequalities. We know we need population level changes, but we also need targeted interventions. Minister, what actions are dedicated to reducing mental health inequalities?
I thank the member for her point. In regards to the specific inequalities, there are a number of specific groups that have been identified in regards to where we have to tackle. In an earlier answer, I mentioned our rural population as well and how that needs to be addressed. At point 54 in the strategy, we need that renewed focus to ensure that mental health promotions actually meet the needs of early interventions, and that includes the targeted approaches to groups more likely to be adversely affected by mental ill health, and that's such as the BAME groups, refugees and asylum seekers, people with a specific trauma exposure, LGBT plus people with a physical or sensory disability, persons with an intellectual disability as well. And that's actually one of the leading actions, and that's at action 2 of the strategy itself, and how we actually identify those individuals, but also promote mental health through early intervention and prevention, with year-on-year actions covering a whole life approach.
Thank you, Minister. No other member in the chamber is indicating to me that they wish to ask a question. So if members would take their ease for a few moments, we'll move on to the next item of business shortly, which is the Charities Bill. Members, just take their ease. And if you're leaving the chamber, don't forget to sanitise where you were. Thank you.
Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Charities Bill. I call the Minister for Communities, Éireann Sir Aaron na Bubble.
I beg to move the second stage of the Charities Bill be agreed.
Thank you. The second stage of the Charities Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee hasn't allocated any time limits on this debate. Before I invite the Minister to open the debate, members will be aware that certain decisions taken by the Charity Commission are currently the subject of litigation. Under Standing Order 73.3, this does not prevent the Assembly from considering legislation, but members will wish to bear in mind the respective roles of the courts and legislature in their remarks. I call the Minister for Communities to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you. I suppose charities are the lifeblood of our communities. We have seen this particularly over the last 15 months, how the community and voluntary sector have organised on the ground and stepped up to help support those most in need, our neighbours, friends, families and communities during a time of uncertainty. Many of us in the Chamber also volunteer with charities or support them through donations or advice. Many of us and our loved ones are the beneficiaries of charities which enrich our lives through their work in such diverse areas as health, animal welfare, children and young people, sport, human rights and the protection of the environment and much more. And it's important to those charities that the public have trust and confidence in them so that they can thrive, particularly as we continue to plot our way through the pandemic and into a fairer and more inclusive society. The Charities Act NI 2008 introduced a regulatory framework for charities here to ensure public confidence and to provide assurance around charitable giving. It created the Charity Commission as the statutory regulator for charities and charged it with creating and maintaining a register of charities and provided it with considerable powers to act on the protection of charities. For the first time, all charities established here were required to register with the Commission and be subject to the annual reporting and accounting requirements which came with it. There are currently no exceptions to this requirement. The Commission opened its first statutory inquiry in 2013, shortly after taking on its investigation powers, which allow it to act for the protection of charities. Such powers allow the Commission by order, for example, to suspend or remove trustees, appoint new trustees to a charity, restrict a charity's transactions, or appoint an interim manager to act as a receiver and manager in respect of the property and affairs of the charity. These actions can have a profound effect on both individuals in terms of their role within the charity and the conduct of the charity's affairs. It was the actions of the Commission taken by staff with respect to two charities that ultimately led to the McBride High Court judgment of May 2019, which was subsequently upheld by the Court of Appeal in February 2020. These judgments found the Commission has no express or implied power to delegate its functions to staff acting alone. Instead, these functions could only be delivered by the Commission, that is the Board, or a decision-making committee established by it. This rendered approximately 7,500 orders, directions and decisions made by the Commission staff prior to the McBride judgment unlawful. The judgment had an immediate impact on our charity sector, rendering the register containing over 6,000 charities unlawful. Members, it is the register which is the bedrock of a regulatory system, providing the visibility and accountability envisioned in the Act. The unlawfulness of the register meant that those charities which had gone through the registration process in good faith were uncertain as to what this would mean in terms of their legal status and their requirements in terms of the Act and access to funding opportunities. It also left a large number of charities which had acted in a consequence of orders or directions that they thought were lawful in a state of confusion as to what the judgment meant for them. In the immediate aftermath of the Court of Appeal judgment, my department worked with the Commission and spoke to several important advocates for and representatives of the sector to determine the issues to be addressed and the course of action to be taken. I subsequently determined, having taken the advice of Council and consulted with the Attorney-General, that a Charities Bill was required to bring certainty to the sector and to fix the problem for them that was not of their making. In parallel, I also felt it was important to carry out a review of the charity regulation here and to include the role of the regulator and the department within it. I therefore appointed an independent expert panel to conduct the review, and it has been gathering evidence through engaging widely in the past few months. I expect to receive its report in the autumn, and this will inform any future policy changes that I may propose. The decision I have taken to bring forward primary legislation is designed to restore the regulatory framework and then seek to improve it through recommendations which may arise as a result of the review. In terms of the proposed bill, I am clear from the advice I have taken that making past decisions taken by staff unlawful is the only way to rebuild the regulatory framework without requiring charities to go through the registration and other decision-making processes all over again, and that an amendment to the Act through primary legislation with retrospective effect is the only way to render these decisions lawful. However, I recognise that it would be unwise and unjust to make all decisions taken by staff lawful. A number of individuals remain aggravated by the actions of Commission staff, and I do not wish to do anything in the bill that would impinge on their rights under the European Convention on Human Rights. The bill will therefore ensure that certain decisions which in the main were taken during the course of the statutory inquiry and which have proved controversial in some cases will remain unlawful. These decisions will therefore proceed in their natural conclusion by way of the courts if necessary. The bill, however, will reinstate the lawfulness of those decisions which are considered to be uncontroversial, were taken for the benefit of the charities concerned, and were in the overwhelming majority of cases welcomed by those charities, and which will return to the position they were in prior to the McBride judgment. The bill will therefore make approximately 7,000 decisions, orders and directions lawful, treating them as if they were always lawful. This would include not only the register, but consent sought by charities and provided by Commission staff, which allow charities to make changes to their operations in the interests of their beneficiaries, for instance by expanding or diversifying their field of operations or the services they provide to the public. Without this bill, approximately 6,500 organisations would be required to go through the regulation process all over again. Representations from the sector has expressed a disbelief at that prospect. Concern was raised that after the bill receives royal assent, if registration was treated as always having been lawful, charities that had not voluntarily provided their annual reports and accounts since the McBride judgment would be required to provide them for the periods prior to royal assent, causing them to incur additional work and cost. To remove any such uncertainty, the bill ensures that this is not the case. Instead, to rebuild the framework going forward, those charities will be required to comply with those accounting and reporting requirements for the first full financial year after the 1st of April 2022 and every year thereafter. This date will provide certainty and allow them to plan ahead. To add further protections for charities, trustees and affected parties, the bill will also provide fresh appeal rights in respect of any decision made lawful in accordance with Section 3 of the Act. This will allow challenge where it could be felt that the decision is not in fact in the best interests of the charity, which is thought to only be a small number of cases. It is not anticipated that many, if any, such appeals will be forthcoming, as only a handful of these decisions were originally challenged, and the affected decisions will all between 3 and 8 years old at the time the bill receives royal assent. In addition to the need to address the implications of the judgment on past decisions, there is also a need to ensure that the Commission can function effectively going forward. Since the McBride judgment, the Commission has been operating a decision-making committee in accordance with Schedule 1 of the Act. Although this is now working well, the part-time nature of the Commissioners' roles means that they cannot take the number of decisions as quickly as staff previously did. This is therefore not seen as a long-term, effective or value-for-money solution as to how the Commission functions. As more of the Act is commenced, more decisions will be required of varying complexity. As it stands, approximately 30 different types of decisions are required to be taken. This would raise approximately to 80 should all parts of the Act be commenced. The Court of Appeal judgment stated that careful consideration should be given as to whether functions should be delegated to staff and that it should be reflected in an unambiguous language if so determined. The bill, therefore, for a future limited power of delegation to staff provided that those decisions that are to be delegated are set out in a scheme of delegation with the prior agreement of the Minister for Communities. However, even though staff take all decisions in the charity regulations in the south of Ireland, Scotland, England and Wales, our particular experience leads me to conclude that some decisions here should never be taken by staff of the Commission, as these have significant consequences for individuals. I believe that in order to provide the necessary public confidence in the system, a collective decision-making committee is required for those decisions. The bill therefore stipulates that decisions arising from a statutory inquiry, which can have significant consequences for individuals, such as removal of trustees, and the Commission's powers to make regulations can never be delegated to staff. The independent review of the charity regulation, which I mentioned earlier, has sought the views of stakeholders on delegation and is considering how the Commission can improve as a regulator going forward. Its deliberations will no doubt help shape the future scheme, should I or some future Minister for Communities determine that one is appropriate. In addition to addressing the impacts of the judgment, the bill provides a vehicle to address an issue which has long been called for by the charity sector. This is the introduction of a registration threshold below which a charity would not be required to register or be subject to annual reporting requirements if deemed appropriate. Although I am led to believe that such a fundamental change in the framework of regulation would be widely welcomed by the charity sector, it may have unintended consequences which cannot be properly investigated in the time frame required for this bill. There is also little evidence as to where the threshold should be set and whether it should be restricted to annual income or to include consideration of an organisation's assets. The independent review is therefore considering this issue, and I look forward to seeing the evidence it brings to bear. In the interim, it is not my intention to introduce a specific registration threshold through this bill, but I want to include a party introduce a threshold through regulations should it be recommended by the review or should it become desirable at some point in the future. Any such policy will be subject to full consultation to ensure that a fundamental change to the framework of regulation is properly scrutinised. In addition, I am proposing that any subsequent regulations will be subject to the draft affirmative procedure to allow the debate and scrutiny in this Assembly. The regulation power, as drafted, is therefore wide enough to allow for any threshold to be income only or income and assets. It will allow for the construction of the necessary framework around such a threshold by amending, repealing or revoking any statutory provision applicable to charities here, making consequential, supplemental and incidental provision which may be required to, as to apply or disapply any provision of the Act, or amend any offences or introduce similar or corresponding ones as a consequence of the threshold. In addition, it will provide for both gathering and use of any evidence required in respect of the threshold, the voluntary registration of a body that falls below the threshold, or the removal from the register, if requested, on any charity that falls below the threshold. In closing and summarising, the bill therefore restores the majority of charities to the position they were in before the McBride judgment, but with the strongest possible protections in human rights terms. It will allow... No, you'll have your contribution, I'm sure, at the opening. It will allow myself, as the current Minister or any future Minister for Communities, to determine how the Commission discharge its functions going forward. It also provides a vehicle to introduce a considerable relaxation in the framework for a large number of small charities through a registration threshold, should it be proved desirable. I believe in bringing forward the bill we can help rebuild the regulatory framework for our valued charitable sector and increase public confidence in both it and the regulator. And I support and commend this bill to the Assembly. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradley, the Chair of the Communities Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Committee for Communities, I welcome the second stage of the Charities Bill. The committee received a pre-introductory briefing from officials on the 6th of May and was pleased that the Minister was then able to introduce the bill on the 21st of June. This was welcomed by the committee as it means we will be able to commence our call for evidence before summer recess. At its meeting on the 6th of May, the committee was reminded of the background to this bill and that it is being taken forward in parallel with the independent review of charity regulation and the role of the regulator, which plans to report in autumn. The committee knows that the Minister has taken longer than many would have liked to introduce this bill, but we are aware that both she and the previous Minister were heavily invested in resolving the issues, took extensive legal advice and consulted with the Attorney-General. As we all know, charities legislation has a somewhat chequered history in Northern Ireland, and although the Charity Commission was established in 2008, it did not actually take on its regulatory powers until 2013, when the Charities Act Northern Ireland 2013 rectified a deficiency in the public benefit test as set out in the 2008 Act. The committee is keen to see this legislation progress, but understands the considered approach that has been taken to this bill and the wider issues being considered by the independent review. In its briefing with the Department, the committee has considered the difficult issues and legal background that have led to this bill and has received considerable correspondence from individuals involved. Although the bill before us is a short one, which has been described as essentially a remedy, the background leading to the necessity of the bill is complex and covers decisions taken over a number of years. It impacts over 7,000 decisions taken by Charity Commission staff, and which when deemed not lawful, left many charities in confusion, causing anxiety for charity trustees. Therefore, I'd like to summarise the context of which the committee will be scrutinising this bill before commenting on the bill itself. The Charities Act Northern Ireland 2008 introduced a regulatory framework and created the Charity Commission as a statutory regulator. 2 early statutory inquiries led to the disqualification and ultimate removal of 2 charity trustees. Both parties brought challenges to the Charity Tribunal and ultimately to the High Court, where the former Attorney-General intervened on the basis of his interpretation of the law that the orders made by Commission staff were unlawful. This led further to the McBride judgment in 2019, which found that the 2008 Act, taken together with Section 19 of the Interpretation Act Northern Ireland 1954, did not provide express or implied power for the Commission to delegate its functions to staff acting alone. The judgment further found that all decisions could only be taken by the Board acting collectively or by a committee established by the Board in accordance with Schedule 1 of the Act. In February 2020, the Court of Appeal then dismissed an appeal by the Commission against the McBride judgment, thus rendering all orders and decisions made by staff unlawful, including the Charity Register, which had the knock-on effect of removing the legal requirement and annual accounting and reporting to the Commission. The Commission and the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action, and indeed the Committee itself, have encouraged charities to continue with reporting on a voluntary basis. The committee has been advised that between 2013 and the McBride judgment in 2019, the Commission registered approximately 6,500 charities, made 1,200 casework decisions, made approximately 220 orders and directions, and opened 15 statutory inquiries. All decisions except the opening of statutory inquiries were taken by staff, as both the Commission and the Department believed that it was lawful for them to do so, as is the case in other jurisdictions. This bill is now one part of the way forward in dealing with the impacts arising from the Court of Appeal judgments. These impacts are threefold. 1, the need to deal with past decisions taken by staff which were deemed unlawful and to mitigate the potential harm to the affected charities. 2, the need to look at how the Charity Commission discharges its decision-making functions in the future. And 3, the wider regulatory framework and the role of the Charity Commission within it, including its relationship with stakeholders. It is the last point that led the Minister to commission the independent review of charity regulation. The committee was briefed by the independent review team on the 27th of May, when we heard that it will not revisit decisions in individual cases, but will examine the legal and regulatory framework and will make recommendations for improvement in the operation of the Commission. The committee looks forward to engaging with the independent panel again in due course and wishes the panel well as it concludes its review. So, turning to the main principles of the bill before us today, the overreaching objective is to deal with the issues raised by the judgments in a way that protects charities, protects rights and restores the pillars of the regulatory framework for charities. The committee will bear that focus in mind as it moves into its detailed scrutiny in the autumn. The bill will make an amendment to the Charities Act with retrospective effect, as it has been determined this is the only sensible way to render lawful the previous decisions made by Commission staff. The committee understands that the principle is to fix a situation that was not of charities' making and would reinstate the status of some 6,500 charities on the charity register and the benefits accruing from that. The committee is pleased to note that the bill is drafted in such a way as not to impinge on the rights of individuals who remain dissatisfied with previous decisions of the Commission. To that end, the bill includes fresh appeal rights for those orders made lawful and will also carve out other decisions to remain unlawful to allow them to proceed to their natural conclusion by way of the courts if necessary. A further principle of the bill is to ensure that going forward it is clear what decisions Charity Commission staff are empowered to make by introducing a limited power for the future delegation of decision-making powers to staff, provided that those decisions are set out in a scheme of delegation brought forward by the Minister. It is not viable to continue with the current temporary arrangement on a decision-making committee in accordance with Schedule 1 of the Act in place since the McBride judgment. As more of the Act is commenced, more decisions will be required of varying complexity, and as staff take decisions in the charity regulators in England and Wales, Scotland and the Republic of Ireland, clear decision-making power for staff is needed. The committee is supportive of making it clear what decisions staff can make, but it will be wishing to engage with stakeholders to ensure the scheme of delegation is appropriate and that staff in the Northern Ireland Charity Commission are not going to be treated unnecessarily different to those in the regulatory bodies of our neighbouring jurisdictions, particularly as this bill stipulates that certain decisions can never be delegated to staff. The committee understands that this is one area where the work of the independent panel will come in as a types of decision to be delegated would likely be informed by the work of the panel, and we look forward to engaging with them. Mr Deputy Speaker, members will be aware that many of our charities in Northern Ireland are not large in terms of income and reach, and indeed some, such as school parent-teacher associations, rely almost entirely on their own fundraising abilities. Many will therefore welcome that the bill introduces a power to introduce a registration threshold via subordinate legislation, which would exempt any charity falling below that threshold from registering with the Charity Commission and being subject to the Charities Accounts and Reports Regulation Northern Ireland 2015. Such a change is not on the face of the bill, as the Minister has highlighted in the committee, that it could have unintended consequences which cannot be properly investigated in the timeframe required for this bill, and that the independent review is considering the registration process. The bill provides that any such regulations will be subject to consultation and the draft affirmative procedure to allow for debate and scrutiny in the Assembly, which is to be welcomed. The committee looks forward to engaging with stakeholders on these proposals for the registration process and what benefits this could bring, while fully investigating any unintended consequences. Having just come fresh from the licensing bill, the committee has become very mindful of looking closely at unintended consequences of seemingly minor changes to clauses or amendments. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee is very aware that although this is a short bill, it will need strong committee stage and sufficient scrutiny, as there are complex issues behind it. In conclusion, this bill and the work of the independent review aim to make the retrospective remedies and restore charities and public confidence in effective and proportionate regulation. The committee is supportive of the principles of the bill and looks forward to considering it in further detail during committee stage. Thank you.
Dennis on Cancha. I call Sinead Dennis.
I'll keep my remarks brief because the Minister and the Chair have given a very comprehensive overview of the Charities Bill there, but I just want to say that I do welcome the second stage of the Charities Bill today, and I want to acknowledge the vital role that charities play within our communities. I've had the privilege of doing a little bit of work, as has my colleague Liz Kimmins, with some local charities such as Space, so I know the Trojan work that they do and the difference they make to people's lives, especially over the course of the last year. Mr Deputy Speaker, charities and the community and voluntary sector took on an even greater significance during the height of the COVID crisis, and I'm sure they will continue to play a key role as we make our way out of the pandemic. The Minister for Communities used the term lifeblood of our communities, and that is exactly what they are. They provide support in so many different ways to the most vulnerable within our society. In 2008, the Charities Act introduced a regulatory framework for charities here, and this was done to ensure greater transparency and greater public confidence. As a result, all charities that were established here in the North had to register with the Commission. But the subsequent McBride High Court judgment in 2019 had a massive impact on our charities, and it was found that the Commission has no express or implied power to delegate its functions to staff acting alone, and instead those functions could only be delivered by the Commission. The outworking of this meant that around 7,500 orders, directions and decisions made by the Commission staff were unlawful. The resulting impact on charities was huge, and this is why the introduction of the Charities Bill is crucial. I do welcome the fact that provisions within the bill will mean that some past decisions taken by Commission staff, through no fault of their own, were deemed unlawful. So as a result of the McBride case, this will be reversed, and that is the right thing to do. This bill will also ensure that those charities, approximately 6,000 of them, will not have to go through the process of re-registering again. So that will come as a huge relief for many. So I support the passage of the bill at second stage, and I hope the bill will go a long way towards building back the confidence the public should have in our charity sector. And as the Chair of the committee said, I look forward to scrutinising it further at committee stage.
Mark Durkin on Cancha. I call Mark Durkin.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on the second stage of the Charities Bill and would like to take this opportunity to reiterate my appreciation of and to pay tribute to charities and the invaluable role that they have played for so long within our communities, but particularly throughout the past 15 months. The charity sector have been a lifeline to date, yet despite increased demand and organisations struggling to get by on shoestring budgets with fundraising capacity all but obliterated, many have continued to provide vital support to desperate service users throughout the COVID crisis. So too will they continue to be a key player in the time ahead as society grapples with a period of post-pandemic recovery. As such, we must prevent additional pressures in the form of bureaucratic complexities being placed on an already struggling sector. In terms of the detail of this bill, as already referenced by my committee colleagues and the Minister, much of it is technical in nature, relating to the lawfulness of decisions taken by staff of the Charity Commission for Northern Ireland, essentially putting right the legal oversights, or rather overreach, by Commission staff members who were not empowered to discharge its statutory duties under the Charities Act. Given the High Court of Appeal's dismissal of the Commission's appeal earlier this year, which meant 170 orders were at risk of being challenged, the Department had a duty to step in, and I commend them for doing so. The amendments laid before us today, in essence, are a retrospective rewrite, making decisions taken by Commission staff lawful and explicitly laying out powers of delegation to ensure the same mistakes are not made again. As Supervisor of Charities across the North, the Commission have been tasked with a matter of great public importance, and therefore the decisions taken here today should not be taken lightly. Lessons must be learnt, because without this repair work inbuilt in this legislation, the actions of Commission staff could have had massive repercussions for the charity sector and wider society. In conclusion, I acknowledge that regulatory impact assessments were carried out to determine the potential far-reaching implications of this bill, including its effects on finances and human rights. Given that this process did not give rise to any substantial concerns, we are certainly content to support the passage of the bill to the next stage, and look forward to working with my colleagues on committee and scrutinising it further.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of Alliance to support the Charities Bill brought before us by the Minister. As we know, in February 2020, the Court of Appeal upheld a decision made in the High Court in the case of McKee and others versus the Charity Commission for Northern Ireland. This upheld a legal challenge to the delegation of decision-making powers by the Commission to members of its staff. This effectively invalidated much of the work of the Charities Commission up to May 2019, including its investigative work and programme of registering charities. We, of course, Deputy Speaker, note that the decisions made by staff were not found to be incorrect. The case highlighted the delegation of decision-making to staff by the Charity Commissioners to be the issue. It is vital that this legal issue is resolved, and the legislation brought forward by the Minister and her department today fixes the problem and will enable the Charity Commission for Northern Ireland to continue with its work going forward. Deputy Speaker, it is important that all charities, funding bodies and others have confidence in the decision-making role of the Charity Commission for Northern Ireland. All charities approved for registration have met the rigorous application process and continue to provide the necessary records confirming standards are being upheld. The bill contains 3 substantive clauses which amend the Act with retrospective effect to render previous decisions taken by staff of the Charity Commission lawful, where staff members' authority to take the decision depended on the Commission having a delegated power, statutory power or duty. It carves out decisions which are subject of ongoing litigation or were taken under Section 22(6) and 24(1) and orders made under Sections 33 to 36, so that these are not subject to the amendment, thereby, Deputy Speaker, providing individuals' rights under Article 6(8) and Article 1, Protocol 1 under the European Convention on Human Rights. Such decisions and orders will therefore remain unlawful. It also introduced fresh appeal rights as stipulated in Schedule 3 to the Act, applicable from the date of royal assent for decisions made lawful by the Bill, and expressly states that the rendering of registration decisions lawful by the Bill will not impose a duty on charities to retrospectively provide annual reports and accounts in accordance with Part 8 of the Act. It also expressly states that where a charity has sought and been given a subsequent decision, it will supersede any previous decision made lawful by the Bill, and also provides a power for future delegation to Commission staff going forward, provided it is set out in a scheme of delegation to be approved by the Department. And finally provides a power to introduce a registration threshold at some point in the future via regulations which would be subject to the draft affirmative procedure. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said at the start of the speech, Alliance supports this legislation being brought forward by the Minister. It is important that Northern Ireland does have its own charities register, and charities should be confident in the Charity Commission for Northern Ireland. This legislation clearly confirms what decisions may be delegated by staff and if not by staff, who will take decisions. This legislation deals with charities that are headquartered in Northern Ireland. Deputy Speaker, it does not deal with the so-called 167 charities. These 167 charities are national organisations whose headquarters could be in GB, for example, the British Heart Foundation, but who operate in Northern Ireland and are governed by law of another jurisdiction. I said to the Minister that I hope progress will be made soon to enable mutual recognition of these charities. Many of them provide incredible work, employ valued staff and volunteers. It would be great to have them formally recognised here. In conclusion, this legislation will fix an issue that has been causing charities and funding bodies much concern. The Department has thankfully confirmed there will be no additional paperwork required from charities who have already been through the registration process. The registration stands as this legislation retrospectively confirms their status. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the bill.
Agus na sérim ar Iron na Bubble on Kriach a chur le Gisbracht in Roon. I now call the Communities Minister, Deirdre Hargey, to conclude and wind the debate on the motion.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. And firstly, thank you to the Chair of the Communities Committee and the Committee as well, and for all of those who made a contribution here today. And I mean, there's no doubt the judgment that was given down last year did have consequences and had an impact on the sector as well. And obviously what this bill aims to do is to have a legislative fix and to ensure that we restore the regulatory framework going forward. I think when it came through last year, obviously we couldn't have foreseen a global health pandemic happening within a month later and everywhere closing down. But that said, as has been reflected in this room, I was able to work with the charity sector and with the broader community and voluntary sector in stepping up resources very quickly in terms of meeting the needs of communities as they faced. And that included a charities fund being established as well. And as was rightly said, I mean, they played a pivotal role and they're going to continue to play a pivotal role going forward. And that's why this legislation at this point is crucial. But I also recognise that there's more to be done coming from the judgment and beyond, and listening to the sector as well. And it was for those reasons that I set up the independent panel to do a further review, which will be with me hopefully later this year. And I know that there will be engagement with the committee around that, but more importantly, engaging with the charity sector themselves, because they have the direct experience, not just of engaging with the Commission, but out on the ground also. So again, I just want to thank everybody. I mean, I know it's going to move to the scrutiny stage. The committee will look at that in detail and will call in charities and other organisations to feed into that scrutiny stage as well. So again, I'm just glad we're at this point that we can progress this bill, and just I commend that it moves to the next stage.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the second stage of the Charities Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the Charities Bill is agreed. Thank you, members. Just take your ease while we move to the next item of business. Members, the next item on the order paper is the final stage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the final stage.
I beg to move.
The final stage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call on the Minister for Communities to open the debate.
Thanks very much, and I suppose everybody will be glad that we've got to this stage of this bill, and we're now progressing it after all of these years. And I suppose I just welcome the final opportunity to explain why I'm pleased that it has progressed and that I've taken forward this legislation into the Assembly here today, particularly given that we've done this in the midst of a global pandemic. And again, it's to thank the committee for the scrutiny role that they've played and the timeline that they have played it in to ensure that we can get this done, particularly before summer recess as well. And again, I've spoken before in the Chamber in terms of how long it has taken to get to this stage. I think this is a milestone today in terms of bringing our liquor licensing laws into 2021. The changes set out in the bill will provide much needed support to our hospitality sector and our tourism industry, and particularly at a time when both are rebuilding their businesses while still subject to a level of restrictions as a result of the pandemic. It will give them an opportunity to expand their offering and to continue to provide high levels of service that locals and visitors have come to expect and demand. I have spoken about the importance of being mindful of the impact that alcohol-related harm can have on individuals and on communities, and I am confident that I have delivered a balanced bill which includes all of the relevant safeguards and protections to reduce the potential of alcohol-related harm. And I suppose I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of those that fed into that as well, even with amendments and getting agreement to make the bill that it is today. Indeed, the committee chair has referred on numerous occasions in terms of the hours of discussion that was dedicated to the addition of a local producer's licence, and in particularly to the taproom element of such a licence. And there have been calls for practical information to be provided to our local producers who wish to apply for a liquor licence, to include implications in respect of planning law and industrial derating. The bill does amend the relevant schedules of the licensing order, which will set out the steps which must be taken when making an application to the court for any category of licence. In terms of planning law and industrial derating, there is no one-size-that-fits-all answer. All businesses must have the appropriate planning permission in place to carry on the business operated within the premises. And I have confirmed that the sale of alcoholic drinks at a local producer's premises will be ancillary to the main business, but the amount of industrial derating applied to any producer's premises following the grant of a liquor licence will be determined on a case-by-case basis by the Department of Finance's Land and Property Services. There were also concerns raised that the committee amendment allowing tap rooms did not go far enough to enable local producers to operate a viable business. The bill requires my department to review the implementation and effectiveness of the provision within the bill and to produce a report on its finding. This report, to be produced as soon as possible after 3 years from the date of commencement, will identify how useful the provision has been for local producers. The review is not limited to local producers, but extends to all the provisions within the bill. For many of those provisions, there is an opportunity to amend using regulations, and the review will provide the necessary evidence should that need arise. I would like to acknowledge and thank the contribution of all of the stakeholders, both in this House and outside it, who have been involved with this bill, including, as I say, members of the House, for those who have engaged in the debates that have lasted 8 hours at the longest, and also to thank the Chair and Vice-Chair and indeed the whole Communities Committee and all of those staff in behind the scenes. I believe that I have mentioned before that I truly believe this bill we have in front of us is better as a result of that scrutiny which was applied not just within the committee but also within this chamber as well. And indeed I want to thank all of the officials from my department, this Assembly and the committee who just made that process easier. So again, I'm glad that we're here at this point and I'm commending this bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. And I call the Chair of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the Committee for Communities, I very warmly welcome the final stage of this bill. This is a red letter day in this chamber, as this has been a long journey, and I don't just mean this time round. We have been here before with different versions of this bill at different times, and I really welcome the fact that we will finally get new, modernised licensing laws over the line. Anyone who has read the committee report and given the comments made at the various stages in this House, I know there are many who have read it in considerable detail, will know the significant time and effort that the committee put into giving this bill the scrutiny it deserved. There were many who wished we could go faster through the committee stage, but as this bill will bring about the biggest changes in licensing laws in a generation, it was only right and proper that we took our time and listened to the voices from the hospitality sector, local alcohol producers, the retail sector, the tourism sector, the public health sector, and the wider justice system, and those with an interest in safeguarding young people, from sporting clubs and other clubs and other individuals. Throughout its consideration of the bill, the committee aimed to steer a balanced course to ensure that the bill supported consumption of alcohol in controlled environments. I believe that we now have as balanced a bill as possible in that regard, and I hope that it goes some way in helping the hospitality and tourism industries in post-COVID recovery, whilst not causing undue alarm in public health circles. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee accepted that it could not make all stakeholders happy. For example, those with a public health remit or with concerns for young people may feel that the committee has not gone far enough in respect of protection in these areas. Some in the hospitality sector may still feel they need further relaxations of licensing than the bill provides, and in particular local producers may feel the bill does not go far enough. I think many in the committee were kept awake at night with the many permutations we had for tap rooms at one stage, but you will be pleased to hear I don't intend to say any more on that subject today. As a committee, we recognised early on the need for the reviews. of this law to be built into the bill to give us the chance to monitor the impact of the change and provide an opportunity to take stock in the not too distant future. I would like to thank the Minister for her willingness in bringing forward a range of amendments requested by the committee, either by amending existing clauses or through a number of new clauses or other ministerial assurances, and we also made a number of committee amendments. Members of this House also brought forward welcome amendments, and altogether we have made this bill much stronger and more innovative as a result. This bill is a clear example of the Department, the Committee and this House working at its best to achieve a common goal. It would be remiss of me at this stage not to say a last word of thanks to the officials, Liam Quinn, Carol Reid and Suzanne Breen, and all the Assembly Bill Office staff, particularly Claire McCanny. They were all a great help to the committee in its scrutiny of the bill. They were very patient in answering our many questions and were always on hand at short notice. I hope that good working relationship established between the committee's secretariat and the departmental officials is now carried forward into other bills that will soon come the committee's way. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some members of the committee had one small regret in all of this. Due to the pandemic, we did not get to undertake any of the visits to the hospitality sector that would usually accompany scrutiny of such a bill. Perhaps we will get a visit to some of those pubs and local producers now at the first review. All in the interest of information gathering, of course. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I of course welcome this bill and look forward to it gaining royal assent and coming into operation as soon as possible. I'd just like to say a few words as a committee member and an MLA. And I personally want to thank my own committee staff. I want to thank Janice, Sean, Oliver and Antoinette for all of their hard work on this bill and the many sleepless nights that they probably had as well when we were discussing tap rooms. I absolutely agree with what the Minister had said, and it's something that we had set out from the very beginning, that we wanted to see a balanced bill. We wanted to see something for everyone in the bill and also wanted to protect that public health message. As someone who has been in this chamber for over 10 years now.
Michael Greer, so he sent the link again, so let's cancel out of this one. Okay. And I'll send it round to you, Ruth, as well.
Andrew, I've started to download Starlight.
Aye, that's okay, you'll need it.
Okay,
Darren, I'm going to send you another link now. And Margaret and David, you don't need a link because Alan's going to do it for you.
I think if you try to go through the app, you might need admin permissions. So there's an option to join through the browser. That just opens up through your web browser. And that's something we can...
I'll bring my findings back to the committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do feel a great sense of pride. I've said it before that we've reached this final stage of the Licence and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. I feel relieved, but I do feel proud. As I said before, this is my first bill that I've been involved with, so to see it pass through its final hurdle today is really, really good. Like I said last week, us committee members do feel like the bill is our baby, but we've had to get used to the fact that the bill does belong to all of us across the House, and I want to say again how pleased I am at the level of interest in the bill from all members who contributed to the debates. As the Chair has outlined and the Minister alluded to as well, we did take a huge amount of written submissions, over 35 oral evidence sessions, and we put in the 30+ weeks to get us to this point. And obviously no one will forget the 3 a.m. session we had here a few weeks ago, but it was all worth it to get us to this point, and to get us to the point where we can tell the hospitality sector that we have listened to them, that we've listened to the calls for many years to modernise our liquor licensing laws and bring them into the 21st century, so that the North can be seen as an attractive place for people to socialise and holiday, and also a place where we can give the hospitality and tourism sector the chance to compete economically with other regions across these islands. The bill will now see the removal of additional restrictions at Easter, the removal of restrictions on late opening on Sundays, further additional hours for pubs and hotels, the extension of drinking up time, new clauses for major events, new local producers' licences, new clause for cinemas, and this coupled with the restrictions on advertising, promotional schemes and the clause on minimum unit pricing. I believe what we have before us is a good balanced bill. As the Chair has said, it won't go far enough for some, it'll be a bridge too far for others, but the key for me in all of this is the balance which we have undoubtedly tried to strike and give everyone a fair crack of the whip. Like the Chair, I want to put on record my thanks to the Assembly staff, to the Clerk, to Claire McCanny as well, for her invaluable assistance throughout the Committee's deliberation of the bill. And I want to recognise also the departmental staff. They've been on hand at a moment's notice when the Committee needed, and as I said, they were a good sounding board and a good link between us as the Committee and the Department. During the 2019 public consultation on the issue, Sinn Féin did submit a detailed response to that consultation because we knew how important modernising our liquor licensing laws were for the pub and hospitality sector. So I want to thank and commend the Minister for her determination to get the bill passed before the end of this month so that the new laws contained within it can be enacted as soon as possible. And because of this, we should see the much awaited changes to particularly Easter opening ready for Easter 2022. So last Concordia, this, as I said, is a hugely positive piece of legislation. It will give the hospitality and tourism sector the boost that they undoubtedly need as we recover from the economic damage of the pandemic. And Sinn Féin welcome its passing at the final stage today. So, Gur Maigad.
Agus Nish Yerim, Sir Mark Durkin, on Cancha, I call now for Mark Durkin.
Gur Maigad Elias Concordia, I declare an interest. Today is a good day for the Assembly. It's not just a good day for publicans, but much more importantly than that, it's a good day for the public of Northern Ireland. This legislation is long overdue. For so long, our archaic licensing laws have hamstrung not merely the businesses affected and their patrons, but wider attempts to market Northern Ireland as a tourism destination and as a modern, vibrant society. The need for this legislation is not new, but never have our hospitality and tourism sectors needed our help and support more than now, as businesses and our economy seek to recover from the economic carnage of COVID. It epitomises the mantra of building back better, and I hope the legislation's inbuilt flexibilities will be welcomed by local businesses, while others will acknowledge the safeguards in the bill, the work necessary to protect people, particularly young people, from the undoubted dangers posed by alcohol abuse. In that vein, much consideration and effort has gone into ensuring the legislation before us is fair and balanced. Not everyone will be cock-a-hoop at the contents of the bill. For some sectors, it doesn't go as far as they would like, and for others, it goes too far. But I defy anyone to say that their certainly.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. Would the member agree with me that whilst this may not go far enough for some, it does give choice, and there will be some that will choose not to stay open late, and that's fine, but it gives a flexibility and choice to those sectors and to those businesses that need that and want it at this time, particularly coming out of a pandemic?
Absolutely, it concur with the member, and in terms of the option of opening later, I know now in the current climate there are many bars who wouldn't even be considering that, but it is a good option to have when, or if and when, the occasion arises, so that they can, I suppose, maximise their capacity to do business and to allow their patrons to avail of that service that they love so much. But I would defy anyone to say that their views have not been given a fair hearing, and that the bill before us today reflects that. This legislation will finally ring the bell on our draconian Easter opening hours. It will give pubs, clubs and hotels the option of later opening hours. It allows our growing local brewing and distilling industries to advance the promotion of their wares, finally letting them sell their own products from their own premises through off-sales, as well as provide tours and, where desired, a limited taproom facility.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much, and I'll explain later on why it's me and not my party colleague Kelly Armstrong speaking today. But just in relation to the issue of taprooms, well, that is incredibly welcome, and the opportunity to develop the tourist trade and the business around small and microbreweries across Northern Ireland. Nevertheless, this legislation is very limited in what it's doing for them. And I hope that the Minister, and indeed the member here, will agree with me that once it comes into operation, it will need to be reviewed, because I think there are many more opportunities that need to be opened up for the wider trade, particularly those that will be offering specifically in relation to tourism and the niche specialities of beers and other drinks.
Thank the member for his intervention. I am aware of the view that what is in the bill is limited in terms of what it allows with regards to a taproom licence. As I've said already, great lengths have been gone to ensure that this bill is fair and balanced. And while I think all committee members recognise the potential of our local brewing industry for our wider tourism product and our local economy, we also do have to be cognizant of the concerns of others in the hospitality industry. The legislation does allow for monitoring and review of what is currently permitted. And I'd also like to place on record, I suppose, my regret that your party colleague and committee vice chair, Kelly Armstrong, isn't able to be here today, because she put an awful lot of work into this, an awful lot of constructive work. The final bill will see, like in other regions, cinema goers to be able to enjoy an alcoholic beverage that can already be done in theatres. And the bill does much more. The legislation has undergone an extremely comprehensive consultation process, with health protections also very much at its core. I again place on record my gratitude to departmental officials, to the Bills Office, particularly Claire, to all those who participated in our call for evidence. I'd like to also compliment the Minister on getting this over the line, and without too much backslapping, my colleagues on the committee and in this chamber who have played such an important and pivotal role in shaping this legislation. It has been a long, hard haul, but we have worked well together. We've respected each other's views, and this is just a small example. As monumental a piece of legislation as it is, it's a small example of what we can achieve when we do that. In conclusion, I look forward to the site meeting proposed by the committee chair, and I commend the bill to the House.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in relation to this final stage of the bill today. My colleague, as I said just in a brief intervention, Kelly Armstrong, should have been here to speak on behalf of my party. Unfortunately, she has a health appointment and is not available to be with us today. So you get me instead. But for me, this is quite interesting, Deputy Speaker, because it's a full-circle debate. Because I was present in this Assembly during many attempts to update and amend liquor licensing laws in the past. So it is indeed a pleasure to confirm that the Alliance Party will be supporting the final stage of the Licensing and Regulation of Clubs Bill. This legislation comes forward today and it will, as others have said, update the regulating and the sale of alcoholic drinks in Northern Ireland, regulations that currently date back to 1996. The Licensing Northern Ireland Order 96 set out the general licensing system, including procedures governing the granting of renewal of licences by county magistrates, county courts, permitted hours for the sale of alcoholic drinks, conduct of premises, conditions pertaining to the presence of children in licensed premises, and enforcement. The registration of clubs Northern Ireland Order 1996 does the same for the supply of alcoholic drinks in private members' clubs. So, Mr. Speaker, over the years, the hospitality industry and customers have called for updates to the licensing regime, and I'm delighted that this will be confirmed today in this House and will ultimately go forward for royal assent. We've been supporting, as a political party, the modernisation of our licensing system for a number of years in this Assembly. I've supported changes to licensing restrictions over Easter to allow our hospitality industry to be able to operate on the same hours that it does the rest of the year. And just to remind members, why indeed I do have an interest in this, because back in 2016 my colleague Judith Cochrane brought forward her private members bill, which I worked on with her, the Licensing Act. That Act relaxed restrictions on the presence of young people in licensed areas and put outdoor stadia on the same operational footing as an indoor arena, meaning that they could deliver family entertainment in a controlled environment. And I think anybody that looks back on that legislation and its operation since, it has been very successful and it has worked very well. During the last number of months, as Mr Durkin has said, Kelly Armstrong has worked with the committee, with the Minister and others to bring forward a very detailed and effective committee stage for this bill, and I'd like to place on record my thanks to her and for the work that she's done. I would also like to pay tribute to the committee for the extensive number of witnesses and sessions which they completed, although I do share another member's concern that perhaps there might have been an opportunity for the committee to get out and about around the industry and perhaps even take the odd sample as they moved around, but maybe those days are in front of them. I'd like to pay tribute to the committee for the extensive number of witness sessions which indeed they did complete and the consultations which they undertook. I'd also like to place on record on behalf of my colleague Kelly Armstrong thanks to the Minister and her team for working with the committee and for bringing forward most of the amendments that were suggested. So, Deputy Speaker, I believe that this legislation holds the record as a session for at least the latest session held in the House, although I think I can remember some other very late nights here in the past as well. But I understand that they were here to 2:45 a.m. Thankfully, the bleary-eyed members leaving the Assembly that day in the early hours of the 9th of June had only been talking about alcohol licences and not actually taking alcohol. The changes coming forward are, as members already will be aware, but worth putting into the record. Easter and Sunday hours are aligned with the trading hours operated for the rest of the year. All pubs and hotels can apply for a late licence up to 104 times per year. Late licences will now run for an additional hour to 2 a.m, and drinking up time has increased from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. This will allow people to disperse over a longer period of time, which will reduce the issues for both the police and for public disorder, but it will also improve and grow our nighttime economy as well and offer opportunities for those that provide taxis and other means of getting home. Children can remain with family at an event after 9 p.m, and children are permitted in a social club as long as they are accompanied by a responsible adult from May to September for a limited number of times over the winter months, for example to attend a sports awards ceremony, which are certainly events that young people can become involved in. Under 18 events such as school formals can run until 1 a.m, as long as no alcohol is available in the venue or part of the venue where the event is taking place. It will be interesting to see how the next change develops, that is allowing cinemas to be recognised as part of the entertainment industry so that they too can apply to sell alcohol if they wish to. As we are all aware, the Alliance Party has supported the introduction of the local producer's licence and a taproom licence, something which I well remember going back to the previous times we attempted to legislate here, the very intense lobby which we received around this, and it received a great deal of support. And perhaps as time moves on and reviews take place in relation to this legislation, it can indeed improve further as we move forward. Local producers' licence will allow local artisan craft brewers and distillers to sell their own products in closed containers for consumption off the premises, whether that is at the end of a tour in their brewery or at another venue, such as, for example, as a farmer's market. I think these are important changes and changes which will enhance not only the small business itself, but will enhance the tourist take for visitors to Northern Ireland. Taproom licence is very different and limited. It allows local producers who apply for a 52E licence to sell their own product for consumption in their premises up to 104 times per year, from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on those days. So this means that if a taproom licence holder applies to use their licence 2 days a week, They can sell their own produce for a maximum of 12 hours a week. Local producers have highlighted 12 hours a week is not enough to provide a reasonable employment in a tap room, and that's something which I would encourage the Minister and the Department to keep under review going forward once the legislation comes into play. Local producers who hold a taproom licence will also not be permitted to sell their produce under an occasional licence applied for by a partner pub. Mr Speaker, many breweries have indicated that the restrictions placed on the taproom licence is somewhat overly restricted. The loss of being able to use a partner's pub occasional licence and only being able to sell for consumption on premises for 12 hours a week may well protect some pubs and hotels, but it doesn't help develop our food and drink and tourism offer, and I think that's an important consideration in all of this. This was previously identified as a potential growth market by our Economy Minister, and it's something, as a member of the Economy Committee, we have been particularly conscious of and have been supporting, particularly a lot of these small businesses as they develop in rural parts of Northern Ireland. So I do ask the Minister to review the number of days per year that local tap rooms can operate, to ensure that we can develop this offer to tourists who we all hope will be returning to our shores following COVID very soon. During the further consideration stage, Deputy Speaker, the Assembly agreed to include a review of licensing and registration of clubs legislation. The effectiveness of the taproom licence will be reviewed to establish how effective this legislation has been. This provides an opportunity for the Minister and the Department to review if any local producers have applied for the taproom licence and if the restrictions have placed a barrier on the growth of a food and drink tourism sector. I would encourage all of these sectors to work together to maximise the opportunity, whether it's a pub, a taproom, a hotel or a licensed club. And I'm delighted that legislation includes a review of the surrender principle. During the scrutiny, the hospitality, retail and local breweries and others raised concerns that the cost to buy a licence is astronomical. The hospitality industry was very keen that we develop the pub as the hub model that would create a focal point in particular rural areas, where the local pub could provide more than just access to alcohol. Perhaps it could be a small shop or other services. However, most licence holders see their licence as their pension, a nest egg for the future for when they retire. They sell their licence to whoever offers the most. Well, why wouldn't they? However, those who can afford licences are larger hotels or supermarket chains, and that does mean that the pub has been, the hub is gone. The licence relocated to Belfast into a larger town or an out-of-town supermarket. So it is pleasing to note that the legislation includes direction for a future Minister of Health to bring forward minimum price per unit of alcohol. While some are opposed to setting minimum price for alcohol, we cannot ignore the need to deal with the issue of alcohol abuse. As the committee report states, in the United Kingdom as a whole, there has been a long-term trend showing a move away from drinking in licensed premises to an increase in alcohol purchased from off-licences and consumed at home. This is done largely through and due to an increased affordability of alcohol from supermarkets and off-licences. Well, I wouldn't wish to interfere in their trade or their business. Nevertheless, it can be argued that more responsible consumption of alcohol will take place in pubs and places where people sit together consuming alcohol rather than in the home. While the purchase of alcohol is to become cheaper in real terms, the cost of alcohol misuse to the public sector and wider society is increasing. In 2009, the Department of Health, Social Services and Public Safety commissioned a review of the social cost of alcohol misuse in Northern Ireland and estimated that the alcohol misuse cost around £680 million per annum, including the health and social care costs, fire and rescue and police costs, court and prison costs, and the wider economic costs to our community and our society. This estimate was later revised upwards to over £900 million by 2014. So, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, this legislation has been a long time in coming. It aims to balance the needs of those who sell alcohol with the needs of our public services and impact on our economy. It is a huge piece of legislation and one that has taken many departmental, committee and ministerial hours to get to this final stage. I want to add my congratulations and that of the Alliance Party to all who provided evidence, improved the content and contributed to this bill. So, Deputy Speaker, I can confirm that on behalf of the Alliance Party I support the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Bill and look forward to it receiving royal assent in the coming months. Thank you very much.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to very much welcome today the legislative milestone and the progress that it represents in terms of our licensing laws. I know for our hospitality industry and for those in tourism, this day has been long awaited. As we respond to the needs of that industry, we're all the more aware of the need to support them to fully recover from the impact of COVID-19, to protect the jobs of thousands of people employed across these sectors, and indeed to create the conditions to see further job creation and revenue generation. I hope that this bill and its long-awaited reforms of Northern Ireland's licensing laws will be a boost for our hospitality industry after such a challenging period. In terms of the bill's changing of licensing laws around holiday periods, I recognise that this will cause some concern for some. But, Mr Speaker, we do need to strike that balance and to recognise that the consumer demand and the expectations around certain holiday periods and the impact on tourism. Mr Deputy Speaker, all of us have seen the damaging impact alcohol can have on people's lives. Excessive consumption destroys health and destroys relationships. Our hospitals and our health service face day and daily the consequences of alcohol misuse, and it costs hundreds of millions per year to treat the consequence of alcohol misuse and addiction in our society. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is some comfort that this bill does not give any great latitude to exacerbating this problem. I believe this bill does strike a balance between supporting the economy and protecting health. But we cannot wait another 25 years to see the outcome of this legislation. We must continually review practices and the law to ensure that we have not exacerbated the problems associated with alcohol misuse in our society. Mr Deputy Speaker, I feel one of the greatest benefits of this bill is that it may well shift people away from unregulated problem drinking at home and more towards the regulated sphere of the local licensed premises. And I know that in my experience, the landlord is someone who does look after their patrons, and it is a much more controlled environment. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill has been through significant consultation, and I do particularly welcome the strong focus in the passage of this bill in terms of consultation, not least with young people. We want a generation of responsible drinkers, aware of the dangers but also the responsibilities. And finally, while I'm late to joining this committee, it would be remiss of me not to thank the officials and the committee staff who have done so much work on this significant piece of legislation, and also wanted to thank to the Chair and the Deputy Chair and all of the committee members who have done so much work on this, and I'm not sad to have missed the 3 a.m. night shift debate that took place, but we're grateful to those members who were here to see that process completed. This legislation is a long time coming, but timely nonetheless, as the tourism and hospitality industry embarks on recovery post-19. We wish them all the best going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Agus Nish Hiram, Sir Matthew O'Toole. I now call Matthew O'Toole, and just to advise the member that business will be suspended around about 1 o'clock for the Business Committee to meet.
I'll try not to take offence, Mr Deputy Speaker, at the suggestion that you think I'll take longer than 15 minutes. Perhaps you know me too well. Exactly, yeah. Coming from a sedentary position, from someone who's called time many times, Mr Deputy Speaker, like others, obviously I rise to support the final passage of the bill with a huge amount of pleasure and satisfaction that this is that we're here to finally pass this. Obviously, I will talk in particular about the amendments that I submitted and that I'm very glad got support and the consequences of them. I think it's first of all, however, worth saying that passing this bill is an example of what we can do as a local regional legislature when we put our minds to it. It's also, first of all, worth saying that the pub industry and the licensing system that it supports are completely critical to who we are, not just on this island, but in terms of the local communities in towns and cities as well, that pubs support. And that's what my amendments have been all about. And in a sense, I hope that's what this bill is all about. And it's not just about the people who use those facilities, it's about people who work in them, the hospitality industry and the workers who pull those pints and serve those customers. It's been mentioned the fact that whenever we were at consideration stage, we were here until about 3 in the morning debating this. Well, do you know what? For many years, I worked till well after 3 in the morning, and that was when I was working in pubs. And there are people who, hopefully, as we continue with our opening up in society, will be doing much later hours than we do here, and they'll be, as I said, serving people, pulling pints in hospitality venues across Northern Ireland. And we should remember the hard work they do and the service that they offer. It's been talked today about the consideration that the committee gave. I, in a sense, came slightly late to this, to the consideration of this bill. I didn't quite stumble in, but I kind of barred, not quite a regular barging into a pub, close on last call, demanding service. But I'm glad I did, and I'm glad that people supported what I was trying to do. This bill is well overdue in terms of liberalising our licensing laws, but there is a historic context that we need to think about in terms of our licensing system. We have, in the last 20 years, lost nearly 40% of pubs in Northern Ireland. That is a greater proportion than have been lost in the rest of these islands. The rest of Ireland, the rest of the UK have not lost as many pubs. Indeed, in some years, in certain parts of England and Scotland, the number of pubs has gone up. And that hasn't happened here. There are a huge range of reasons for that. So what my amendment that hopefully will pass into law today, I should remind myself, which I think it's clause 24, creates an independent statutory review of our licensing system, including but not exclusively the surrender principle. The surrender principle is the provision that's been in law on the island of Ireland since 1902, and it now takes different forms, but it effectively means that there cannot be any new pub ever created. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, lest any licensee be listening to this think this is about automatically changing that system, it isn't. This review is simply about looking at the evidence, gathering information and examining options for possible reform. And it's about the licensing system more broadly. It will include things like the workability of the taproom provisions which we're passing hopefully into law today. It will include the public health impacts. It will include the broader economic and cultural impacts of the pub system. I think we've lost too many pubs here, and I think it's long overdue that we examine how that system's working in statute and we get that up and running hopefully as soon as possible, so that we can find out what the potential reforms are. But we shouldn't rush into it, and that's why I was pleased that the Minister and the Department were willing to work with me in order to come to a. I'm sure I gave them the odd, if not sleepless night, there was a sleepless night anyway when we were here debating it, but the odd head scratcher in terms of figuring out how this could be achieved. But I'm glad that we hopefully are going to achieve it, and that the Department will have the requisite amount of time in order to appoint an independent person. They will have up to a year to appoint an independent person. Then that independent person will have up to 2 years in order to come up with a full set of recommendations around potential reforms to our licensing system, and just looking at how the system, including but not exclusively the surrender principle, is working. The surrender principle dates back to 1902. It dates from a time when on the island of Ireland it was deemed in those Victorian times that there were too many licensed premises on this island per head of the population. There were small villages which had dozens and dozens of pubs, and for public health reasons and public order reasons, it was deemed that this was a way of controlling the number of licensed premises. It may well be that we don't reform it in its entirety, but surely it's a reasonable thing, Mr Deputy Speaker, 120 nearly years on from that provision being created, that we should look at how it's working. But as I said, anyone who's listening today, whether you're an existing licensee, whether you're a community group, whether you're interested in public health, whether you yourself are a craft brewer, a craft distiller, and you want to feed into that review, I would urge you to get thinking about it now. The other amendment, which I'm glad is now in the bill, is around annual publication of pub data. There has been some debate about lack of information and or the disparate location of information around how many pubs are actually open and operational in Northern Ireland. Well, this will give us, I think, clarity around that. I would like to place on record my thanks, and indeed that of my party. My colleague, our community spokesperson, will have already done it, but I would like to thank the committee for their help. I particularly like to thank the committee chair for working with me and being constructive and open-minded on this, on my amendments and others in the committee on that. I did come, as I say, quite late to the process. The Minister and her officials have been helpful in working with me to achieve something which I hope is deliverable. I'd also like to thank Claire McCanny in the Bills office, who's worked very hard, and Claire McGregor in my own office to help deliver these. But this is about much more than simply these amendments. This is about passing a bill today which hopefully will move on and modernise our licensing system, because pubs are much more than places to drink. Indeed, one of the things many of us will have seen over the last year is that probably too much drinking has been happening at home. Too much drinking has been happening in a way that isn't controlled and doesn't add to the economic and cultural life and community life of the communities we live in. Pubs do. So it's completely critical that we support them. It's also critical that we support our amazing, vibrant local craft brewers and craft distillers, and I hope that the provisions in the bill they're relatively modest, but I hope we can see further reform, and indeed I hope the review clause that I have included will allow for that too. So in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that this bill will hopefully become law today, and I hope it is a step forward in protecting and guaranteeing into the future the amazing pub industry and the amazing community pubs that are so much a part of our communities and hopefully will be in the century to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, I possibly have time for one further speaker, Ms Paula Bradshaw, but the time constraints are on us, Paula, if you can manage it.
I don't think I'll need the 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to contribute to this debate today and rise to add my voice to welcome this bill reaching the final stage today. I, like the Communities Minister and Mr O'Toole, who's just spoken, represent the South Belfast constituency. And I would, in that capacity, I would like to add my thanks of the businesses, bars, restaurants, hotels, licensed premises, etc., who have long awaited these changes contained in the bill, and I'm sure they will be delighted to see this receiving its royal assent. These changes will no doubt be welcome by the businesses to help them rebuild following the COVID pandemic and contribute to the sustainability of our city centres and arterial routes, provide additional much needed jobs. We know that a lot of people lost their jobs or were placed on furlough, and they will be looking forward to getting back to work when the furlough scheme ends, no doubt, and very much contribute to making Belfast and indeed the whole of Northern Ireland an even more desirable tourism destination. I do recognise that there were some concerns from some quarters around additional drinking hours, but I suppose that they've been addressed here today. The concern that this would contribute to increased alcohol consumption. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, my principal concern as the Alliance Party Health spokesperson is more around, as others have mentioned, the increased consumption of alcohol at home. So I do look forward to later this year the Health Minister bringing forward his own consultation on the minimum unit price of alcohol. I know it's something that the committee did touch upon in their scrutiny and evidence gathering, but I do welcome in this bill the prohibition of loyalty schemes. So just in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to thank the departmental officials, the Communities Committee, the Communities Minister herself, and all those pubs, businesses, hotels, etc., who did contribute to the evidence gathering. I'm sure their contributions were well received, and we made a huge contribution to the overall bill that we have here today. So thank you.
Thanks, members, and I thank members for their efficiencies in expediting the process today. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today, and I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The first item of business when we return will be question time to the Minister for Education. Thank you. The sitting is by leave suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Order members, the sitting is resumed and it's now time for questions to the Minister of Education. Can I advise members that question number 7 and 9 have been withdrawn, and I call Pat Cackney to ask the first question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And thanks, Minister, for appearing here today, and welcome to your new post. Question number 1.
Mr Deputy Speaker, as this is my first appearance in the Chamber since my appointment, I hope you'll indulge me as I wish to give recognition to my predecessor, Peter Weir, and to thank him for the work he did during what was a very difficult year. In response to the question, I'm committed to moving forward with work on the Executive Childcare Strategy as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, work on it has had to be paused over the past year or so as my officials focused their efforts on providing financial support for the childcare sector throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. This has been essential to ensure the survival of many childcare providers and underpin economic recovery. From April 2020 to March 21, approximately £30.5 million was paid to the childcare sector through 6 support schemes. This is a very significant investment requiring a lot of detailed work. On the 18th of June, I announced 2 further support schemes for the childcare sector from the 1st of April 21. Despite the delivery of these schemes continuing to require significant staff time, work has recommenced on the development of the childcare strategy, and while we're not starting from scratch, previous work done on the strategy will need to be updated and refined, taking on board lessons learned from the past year. The work will include producing an up-to-date assessment of the state of the sector following the pandemic, re-engaging with key stakeholders on the objectives, priorities and key deliverables, feasibility testing, costing and prioritising options, and a public consultation. It will also require, in due course, executive agreement on a broad range of significant policy decisions, including the overall budget. I'm hopeful that a strategic insight programme to engage with key stakeholders to help inform the development of the strategy will take place in the autumn, and we're planning for this to run from October to December, subject to work on pandemic support schemes having come to an end by this stage. I can assure you of my commitment to moving this work forward. The focus is on the production of a costed strategy which enables meaningful funding decisions to be taken.
I call Pat Cagney for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your commitment. But, Minister, I outlined what plans you were going to have in order to lower childcare costs, given that Northern Ireland has the second highest expensive childcare in Europe.
I suppose at this stage it's quite difficult to ascertain how the strategy is going to pan out and what that is actually going to look like. Obviously, we are committed to producing a strategy, and I'm very mindful of the pressures that this places on families who are trying to work and at the same time obviously have their children looked after. I suppose there are a number of options which have been looked at, particularly around the other UK jurisdictions. But I do understand that speaking to sectoral representatives, they've indicated that really what they're looking for in Northern Ireland is something which is very bespoke to Northern Ireland and tailored for it, rather than a replication of current offers elsewhere. But I am mindful of the issues that the member has raised.
I now call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm sure can I welcome the Education Minister to her post and say that I'm sure she will agree that the childcare strategy is long overdue. Can I welcome the specific date for the Childcare Strategy Insight Lab in partnership with the All-Party Group on Childcare, and seek an update on delivery of the also long overdue flexible school start age legislation?
Okay, and I thank the member for his question. And I suppose really to say from the outset that I am supportive of the campaign to have flexible school starting age in exceptional circumstances. And I was disappointed that the previous proposals which were consulted on during 2014-15 by former Minister John O'Dowd did not progress at that particular time. In February, my predecessor announced his intention to develop proposals with specific reference really to premature babies and whose birthday were late in the school year. Officials are working on policy proposals, and I hope to be in a position to go out for a consultation, hopefully reasonably soon. I'm mindful that we are heading towards the end of the mandate, and progression may be hindered by factors which are outside of my control. So I don't want to raise expectations, but I am committed to moving this particular policy forward.
I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, could I welcome the Minister to her place and wish her all the very best in her new role. The Minister will be aware that in other UK regions, 30 hours of childcare is an offer that is available. Is the Minister in a position today to tell us whether or not a similar offer will be included in the Northern Ireland childcare strategy?
I thank the member for his question, and we will consider this as part of the engagement process which is planned over the coming months. My department has previously and continues to regularly engage with colleagues in other UK jurisdictions about their childcare offers for 3 to 4-year-olds and to learn what has worked well and the challenges obviously in the design and implementation of those offers. In line with the commitments made in New Decade, New Approach, the Department of Education will move forward with the work on the Executive Childcare Strategy, but this will also include the extended, affordable, responsive and high-quality early education and care provision for families with children aged 3 to 4, and this will incorporate the current established and successful preschool education programme. And as I indicated to Mr Catney, sectoral representatives have asked for something which is tailored for Northern Ireland rather than a replication of what's happening elsewhere, and hence why our strategy will be slightly different, and it will incorporate much wider aspirations and actions for childcare services.
I now call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I congratulate the Minister on her elevation to her new post? Question 2.
Thank the member for his question. The mental health and well-being of children and young people continues to be a high priority for my department. The recently published Framework for Children and Young People's Emotional Health and Wellbeing in Education and the accompanying implementation plan will enhance the support provided for pupils with a focus on promotion, prevention and early intervention through an integrated approach between education and health. This includes a primary school counselling pilot, along with new school nursing services, multidisciplinary primary school support, enhanced education authority support and a new CAMS emotional wellbeing in schools service. Work is progressing to implement the programmes, some of which have already commenced. And I can confirm that an additional £5 million has been made available for another COVID Wellbeing Fund for 2021-22, which will provide dedicated funding to address wellbeing pressures arising as a result of the pandemic. Reflecting on the approach taken last year, the funding will be distributed directly to all schools, that's nursery, primary, post-primary and special schools, as well as EODIS and youth settings, giving them flexibility in how they support the mental health and well-being of children and young people and the staff working with them.
I call George Robinson for supplementary.
Minister for her answer. The Minister has indicated that an additional £5 million has been made available for another COVID Wellbeing Fund for 2021-22. I know the last round of this was widely welcomed and schools have been quite creative in how they use the money. Can the Minister outline how the new fund will be allocated and what conditions there are on how the money is to be spent?
Thank the member for his question. A single one-off allocation will be made to all school settings based on their enrolment figures. In effect, this will mean schools with an enrolment of 1 to 499 will receive a one-off payment of £3,250 per school. Enrolment of 500 to 999 will receive £7,300 per school. Enrolment of 1,000 to 1,499 will receive £10,000 per school, and enrolment of in excess of 1,500 will receive £13,000 per school, and youth services will receive £1,250 per youth service unit. This is considered to be the more equitable way of distributing the funding. The allocation is still per setting rather than per child, which reflects the fact that not all children and young people will require additional support. However, the settings as a whole can ensure that they are well equipped to meet the needs of those that do need additional support and can target them appropriately. With regards to restrictions, each school will have the autonomy to manage the funding based on their identified needs, but will be expected to use it for activities that primarily support health and well-being of children and young people and staff. The EEA will continue then to provide supporting guidance, and further advice will be available where needed.
I call Justin McNulty.
And thank the Minister for her answers thus far and wish her well in her new post. Unfortunately, we can't let you bed in gently because the education of our young people and children is too important. Minister, can you tell me if you have engaged with the Health Minister in terms of creating initiatives to help the mental health of children in schools, working with charities and with sporting organisations and with other organisations to help build resilience in our young people?
And I thank the member for his question, and I appreciate the work that he does, particularly with young people in the realm of sport. I do welcome the announcement by the Health Minister today in relation to a mental health strategy. I know that my predecessor worked with the Department of Health and the Minister in relation to the development of the emotional health and wellbeing framework, which has been real value, I think, particularly at this time, coming through and out of, hopefully, the COVID pandemic. While I haven't personally met them at this stage, as you will understand, I'm still in listening mode and meeting mode, so I hope to do that in the coming weeks.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Speaker, thank you. In terms of mental health in schools, Minister, and I do welcome you and wish you well in your post, how would you assess the toolkits that are being produced from the likes of Pure Mental and Include Youth, representing a kind of bottom-up approach to the issue?
And I welcome the question by the member, and I know that those organisations are very focused on the well-being of young people, and I've worked particularly with Include Youth for a number of years with wearing other hats, and I look forward actually to meeting with them to discuss the projects that they are undertaking, because while there will be projects which will be very much sort of school-based, other projects which are youth service based and wider, particularly within the community, are of great tools and of particular asset to the work that we're trying to do here.
I call Nicola Brogan.
And can I welcome the Minister to a new position as well and wish her the best of luck in it. The previous Education Minister had announced plans to pilot counselling services within primary schools. Given the huge challenges experienced by our very young children and young people throughout the pandemic and our need to support them, can I ask the Minister for an update on this pilot project, please?
Thank the member for her question, and I acknowledge the difficulties of the last year. And subject to the necessary approvals, I do hope to be launching a pilot of counselling at primary school level in the new academic year as one of a range of supports to be delivered through the implementation of the Emotional Health and Wellbeing in Education framework. This will involve all primary school pupils, including special schools with a cohort of primary school pupils. £5 million has been allocated to support the delivery of the project. My officials are working with the EA in order to progress this, and it includes the development of plans for an evaluation of the impacts and the benefits of this support for primary school children.
Moving on, I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I welcome the Minister to her new post as well and ask question 3?
The Education Authority is currently working in partnership with representatives of 3 schools, Coleraine College, Dunluce School and North Coast Integrated College, on a joint proposal for non-selective post-primary provision in the Causeway area. A steering group, the Causeway Project Board, has been established, which includes representation from the Northern Ireland Council for Integrated Education, the Controlled Schools Council, Support Council and the Ulster University. The EA has advised that a consultation document has been prepared and considered by the Board of Governors of the 3 schools. The EA's Strategic Planning and Policy Committee considered the proposal and sought some points of clarification. The consultation document was considered at the EA's board meeting on the 24th of June 2021, and approval was given to commence pre-publication consultation on the 13th of September 2021, which will run until the 15th of November. My department only becomes formally engaged in the process when the development proposals have been published.
Call Maurice Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I apologise to the Minister? I forgot to declare an interest as a member of the Board of Governors for Coleraine Integrated College. Minister, there is a genuine concern that if the amalgamation is approved, that the new school will operate over 2 sites. This will create issues for staffing, problems for timetabling and extra costs. Can I ask the Minister if capital funding will be made available for a new school, and if any lessons have been learned by the Department from their experiences through other amalgamations?
Thank the member for his question. A major capital investment would not be announced as part of the development proposal approval process. This would only follow if the new school was successful in a future major capital call. Whilst a new school formed following any amalgamation would be well placed to receive funding for a new build in a future major capital call, there can be no guarantees that this would be the case. In the event that funding is subsequently approved, there would also be no guarantee regarding the site that would be selected for the investment. This is an issue that would be resolved following an analysis of options available in the business case prepared to seek approval for the major capital investment. Any decision to amalgamate the schools must be taken independently of the future of the school. With regards to lessons learned, experience has shown that school amalgamations are complex and require thorough and timely planning. Each amalgamation has its own set of unique circumstances, and my officials will work with individual schools to assist with the implementation. There is a circular, as there is for most things, on the website for your perusal.
And I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and welcome, Minister, to your post today. Question number 4.
My Department's capital programme aims to ensure that school premises are planned, delivered and improved to support the delivery of desired education outcomes and to provide a safe and secure environment for all users. I understand that in the East Antrim constituency over the last 3 financial years, approximately £6.3 million has been invested in minor work schemes to improve existing assets. Under my department's major capital works programme, which was initiated in 2012, 5 schools have been announced to proceed in planning for a major capital investment. 2 of these projects, Weedburn Primary School and Corran Integrated Primary School, have been completed with an investment in the region of £8.7 million. A further 3 schools are progressing through various stages of RIBA stages: Abbey Community College, St Killian's College and Island McGee Primary School. Over £5 million was invested in 2 schools under the first SEP, Acorn Integrated Primary School and Belfast High School. A further 4 schools have been announced to advance in design under the second call, with a total estimated investment of £16 million. These projects are at an early stage of planning and design, and these schools are Rodensfield Special School, Thornfield House Special School, Carrickfergus Grammar School and Green Island Primary School. Ulidia Integrated College was announced as a major capital project under the Fresh Start programme in March 16. The business case was approved in December 18 for a new build on the existing site. This £25 million investment will provide up-to-date accommodation and sports facilities for 700 pupils. While significant investment in capital in the East Antrim constituency is underway, I do acknowledge that there are a large number of schools requiring maintenance in the constituency, which is funded from the resource budget. The budget for schools maintenance is just one of the budgetary pressures currently faced. My department allocated £20.5 million to the Education Authority for maintenance for 21-22. An estimated spend of £800,000 will be committed this year to plant maintenance and statutory remedial projects in schools in East Antrim.
I call Stuart Dixon for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. And I do appreciate the large sums of money which your department have put into improving schools in East Antrim, particularly those which you've mentioned. But could I today, Minister, raise with you 2 schools which seem to either have been overlooked or are currently in a very difficult situation with regards to, first of all, Carrickfergus Academy, which was a creation of the former Downshire and Carrickfergus College schools, and was sold to the boards of governors and to parents and the community as a new build school, yet that seems to be a long way away. Likewise, Larne High School in the town of Larne is in a perilous state of repair. It seems to be the school that time forgot, not in terms of the education that's being delivered in the building by the principal and staff, but can I ask, Minister, would you accompany me on a visit to both of those schools?
Thank the member for his question, and obviously it's very similar to the question which was asked by my colleague in relation to sort of promises or the anticipation of a new build when an amalgamation takes place. It is my intention to make a major capital works call before the end of the current financial year, so that may assist with that particular project. But I am content and more than happy to accept his invitation to visit both schools.
I call Gordon Lyons.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I also congratulate the Minister on her appointment and wish her well in her new role. Can I also echo the comments that have already been made by Mr Dixon, especially in relation to Larne High School, which is in need of an urgent upgrade. I'm pleased to hear what the Minister has said about the Capital Works programme. Can she give any more detail as when that would be likely to be in place? And could I also raise with her the issue of Green Island Primary School, which is in similar state of repair?
Okay, I thank the member for his question, and I'm assuming this is in relation to Larne High School that he's looking for information on. So in October 2017, there was a call for minor works applications for 2 applications which were made for the school for upgrading boiler flues and upgraded roofing, and those 2 applications didn't rank high enough. Since 2019, 4 business cases have been approved for capital minor works. There was accommodation works for special educational needs, which were completed in 2020, DDA specific accommodation completed in 2019, the refurbishment of a 2G synthetic pitch due to complete RIBA stage 5 in July this year, and strategic investment in school meals accommodation project, which is due to complete stage 5 in September. I understand the EA maintenance service will be scoping the changing rooms and gym hall for consideration for delivery in either financial year 21 or 22 or subsequent years, subject to the capital budget availability. Larne High School was not put forward by the EA for consideration on the most recent major works call, which closed on the 31st of October, nor was an application made on behalf of the school submitted on the latest school enhancement programme call. With regards to Green Island Primary School, I don't have any information with me in relation to that, but I'm happy to accompany the member on a visit if he so wishes.
I call Pat Sheehan.
Can I also wish the member well in her new role as Education Minister? The Minister will be aware that the schools estate right across the north is crying out for investment. Many schools are operating in outdated, inappropriate and so-called temporary accommodation for 20 years now. So could she outline her investment plans for the school estate that our young people need and deserve?
I can remind the member that this was a constituency question specific to East Antrim. I'll ask the Minister if she wishes to respond. She may or may not wish to respond.
I'm content to respond, but I do agree with the member when he does say that the schools estate is crying out for investment, and there are far too many schools in outdated accommodation. And in the last 2 weeks, I've visited quite a number of schools, really from one extreme to the other, where we have exemplary accommodation and those where school leaders are in despair. And it does concern me that there have been projects which have been prioritised for in excess of 10 years and we still haven't seen delivery on those. And it does concern me that there is a significant backlog in minor works. We've got 6,000 applications in the last call and only around 1,300 of those have actually been progressed. And I know that the reason for that is to do with sort of emergency applications as well. So I am concerned, and I agree with what the member has said. As I've said in a previous response, I do plan to put out further calls, but I am also meeting with my officials to see where we can be better prepared, where we do have shovel-ready projects when capital does become available.
I call Jim Allister and remind him it's a constituency question.
Thank you. Can I suggest to the Minister it's a false economy in operation not to maintain our schools? By way of example, I cite Muirfields Primary School, on which I declare the interest as Chair of the Board of Governors. A new school provided a dozen years ago, yet because of a failure to address plaster failings, because of failure to ever repaint it, it now is riddled with cracks, growing moss, and is going to take a lot of money to repair at some time in the future. Why are we not keeping the stock that we have at a level so that we protect against excessive expenditure in the future?
I thank the member for his question. I don't disagree with what he has said in the commentary that he has made. I understand that probably some of what he has spoken of is resource where there is pressures, but I'm happy to go back to officials to see what the current status is with regards to Muirfield Primary School and come back to the member.
I call Linda Dillon.
Can call you question 5.
Before a new call for major capital works is announced, the protocol for the selection of major capital works will first be reviewed and, if necessary, updated based on learning from the latest announcement and any new policy developments. This will be published in advance of the call to allow schools, in conjunction with their managing authorities and sectoral bodies, to consider their options and eligibility. Once nominations are received from managing authorities, sectoral bodies and voluntary grammar schools, each application is assessed under the agreed protocol developed for each call. A list of qualifying schools ranked in order of scoring from the protocol is drawn up, and I will decide on the number of projects to be advanced based on the available budget. The protocol used for the most recent major capital works call is available to view on the Department's website.
I call Linda Dillon for supplementary.
Can the Minister give us an update on if there are any plans for a new school on a new site for St Joseph's Primary School in Galway? I had the previous Minister out there. The site that they are currently on is not only unsafe, but is not suitable, not fit for purpose. The numbers of children going there are growing, and the school is not able to accommodate the numbers of children going, so we really need a new build in St Joseph's in Galway.
I thank the member for her question, and it will not surprise her to know that I'm not aware of the specific plans for St Joseph's, but what I will do is commit to writing to the member with an update, and if the member feels it would be useful for me to visit, I'd be happy to agree to any request to do so.
I call Harry Harvey.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far and wish her well in her position. The Minister will be familiar with the need for a long overdue new build for Down High School and the various challenges there have been to make this a reality. Could the Minister please provide an update on this highly anticipated project? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. The major works project at Down High School is now nearing the end of the design phase. Progress has been delayed due to the need for a significant archaeological excavation on the proposed site. The scope of excavation works required has now been agreed and work is underway. It's anticipated that these excavation works will be completed in the first half of 2022, allowing the project to proceed to tender in the financial year 22-23, subject to detailed analysis of the findings from the dig. And I understand the commentary from the member where he says that it has been anticipated for a long time, and certainly young people from our constituency who go to Down High have been calling out for this for quite some time, so it will be good to see this project move forward.
I call Rachel Woods.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister to her position. With regard to the Major Capital Works Programme, the Minister will be aware that there are a number of climate commitments that we now have to meet, so I'm wondering if she would consider writing in a carbon zero sort of requirement to any future major capital works within the school estate.
And I thank the member for her question, and certainly I'll take that on board and speak to officials in relation to that and how that can be progressed.
Moving on, I call Colm Gildernew.
Question number 6, please.
Any significant change required to a primary school, including an increase in its approved enrolment number, currently requires the publication of a development proposal. The DP process is a statutory process, and the Department's Guidance Circular 2017-09, which is available on the Department's website, follows a comprehensive overview of the process to be followed. My department also has the power to grant additional places to individual schools by way of a temporary variation to a school's approved admissions and enrolment numbers. TVs are granted in areas where a demographic pressure exists and is for 1 year only. The Department is currently considering a process to approve increases to a grant-aided school's approved numbers which may not require a DP. The process is designed to normalise admissions and enrolment numbers where there is evidence demonstrating an historic pattern of enrolment in excess of a school's approved number.
And unfortunately that is the end of our period of time for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions. Can I advise members that questions number 3 and 10 have been withdrawn? I call Pat Sheehan.
The Minister will be aware that the Independent Schools Counselling Service provides important support for our post-primary schools, but they have been coming under increasing strain as a result of the pandemic. And I'm aware that in my own constituency in West Belfast, having spoken to school leaders, there are particular problems there. And I wonder, is the Minister aware of any particular issues in West Belfast, and does she intend any further supports or interventions to ensure that the Independent Schools Counselling Service is supported?
And I thank the member for his question, and certainly the Independent Counselling Skills Service does provide an essential support service to our young people. And I understand that there has been an increase in the number of referrals since young people returned to on-site learning. But while the demand for counselling has increased, I think overall the service hasn't been overwhelmed. That said, I understand from speaking to the member outside of this chamber that he does have a particular concern in relation to West Belfast and has been involved in multi-agency discussions in relation to attempting to address this issue. I understand that as of yesterday, there were 10 young people who were awaiting counselling service in West Belfast, and I understand that is progressing. Although those are only the young people who have identified themselves as having need, that doesn't mean that there aren't many others who require service. And certainly, I will speak to officials to ascertain the particular pressures that there are and to see if there's anything additional that we need to do.
Thank the Minister for her answer. And the emotional health and wellbeing framework was a welcome intervention in terms of mental health policy. I have some concerns in that it was mainly developed prior to the pandemic, and I wonder if the Minister would give a commitment to review the framework and ensure that it is resilient, given the many challenges that young people are facing as a result of the pandemic.
Okay, and I thank the member for his question. Obviously, the emotional health and wellbeing of our young people, along with our staff, is a priority and should be a priority for my department. And there have been very significant challenges for school staff as they support children and young people as they come through the pandemic. While I understand the point that the member is making in relation to the terms of the development of the policy, I think he might recognise that the proposals and the implementation of those allows adaptability and flexibility, perhaps that we haven't seen before in some of the projects that have been put forward by the department. He will be aware that this has been supported by COVID wellbeing support finances. There are a number of projects which have come online, which I understand have been very successful to date, including Text and Nurse, EA Youth Service, the REACH programme, and also a wellbeing hub. And there are a number of other projects which are due to come online as well with regards to a new CAMS, emotional wellbeing team in school services. So there are a number of projects there which hopefully will be able to address some of those problems, but content to have a look to see if there's anything further that needs to be done.
I now call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Is the Minister willing to commit that her department will, as soon as possible, implement the recent report, and I quote, "a fair start" on educational underachievement in Northern Ireland, given that reports in the past have been produced on this area but never achieved?
I thank the member for his question, and obviously I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor again in relation to driving forward this work, but also to Dr Noel Purdy and the expert panel for their commitment to it. I am really keen to see this progress quickly because it is an important programme of work. There are 47 actions which are spread across at least 6 years. My focus at the moment is what we can achieve in the short term, and £4 million has already been set aside in this year's budget in order to progress this work. Officials will be working with policy leads within the Department of Education alongside government departments and arm's-length bodies to progress the expert panel's action plans. Governance structures are also being established to oversee implementation of the action plan, and as agreed by the Executive, the First Minister and Deputy First Minister have undertaken to oversee the delivery of the plan. But this will require a considerable budget commitment, and it is an executive commitment and cross-cutting, and I hope that the request to fund this will be honoured.
I call George Robinson for supplementary.
Again, thank the Minister for her answer. Will the Minister agree to visit Drumran Primary School in my constituency with Councillor Scott and myself to see first-hand how lack of some facilities, i.e. additional classroom because of rising numbers is impacting on the issues this report addresses?
Thank the member for his question, and my diary secretary is going to love me at the end of this session, but I'll be more than happy to visit with Mr Robinson and Councillor Scott.
Could we have Colm McGrath onto our screens? Colm McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I join other members in welcoming the Minister to her position as the Minister for Education and Youth Services and wish her well in her post. Last week, the Education Committee received an update on the budget and in-year monitoring, and in that update, £12 million of cuts was envisaged for a review of temporary and substitute teachers. Can the Minister outline how this was achieved?
And I thank the member for his question, and I think he may be referring to the Workforce Review Project, which is part of the April 2020 agreement to end the long-running teachers' industrial dispute. And out of that, I understand that there were a number of work streams which were agreed in order to look at the likes of improving attendance and so on. I don't believe that it's anticipated that this £12 million will be realised within the next financial year. I think this is something which will take some time, but I'm happy to come back with more detail to the member with regards to what was said at the committee and if there's anything further that needs to be added.
I call Colm McGrath for supplementary.
Thank you very much to the Minister for that response, and I suppose maybe just could I get a commitment from the Minister that we won't see any cuts to temporary or substitute teachers, and I suppose some recognition of the valuable contribution that they do make to the overall staffing complement within our schools.
And thank the member for his question, and certainly as someone who was a substitute teacher at the time, I absolutely agree in that they do add value to the workforce. Again, if the member is content, I think it obviously forms part of the previous question with regards to how this is going to be undertaken, and I prefer to come back with the detail to the member rather than just saying something for the sake of something.
I now call Liz Kimmins.
And I welcome the Minister to her new post and wish her well as well. Minister, as we enter the summer holidays and given the year that our children and young people have just come through, it's more important now than ever that we have proper investment in place for summer schemes, youth work and other diversionary activities to meet their social, emotional and physical needs, which have been badly impacted over the last 15 months. And I'm aware of the Summer Scheme Programme Fund that has been established by your department, which will provide some support to schools to run various projects. But can I ask the Minister for an update on the total level of investment and plans to support diversionary projects and related schemes over the coming months?
I thank the member for her question. With regards to the schools summer scheme project, 453 schools have been able to avail of this project this year, and I understand that it's £4.6 million has been committed to it, and we'll have actually considerable outreach to young people. I understand that somewhere in the region of 40,000 children will be able to access summer schemes through schools, which is quite a significant uplift from last year when it was taken up by a very small number of schools, but then the circumstances were slightly different with regards to COVID. With regards to the EA Youth Services, again, there were £5 million was allocated to that, and I think in over 180 schemes have been able to be allocated financial support. You'll also be aware that the EA also run the TBUC camps, and while I don't have the information with regards to that, that's obviously an additional assistance to doing what the member has suggested that they should do.
I call Liz Kimmins.
Minister, for answering. I mean, it is very good to hear and very welcome that there is such a massive reach. It is so important this year. Minister, then, in the event of any underspend or any unspent resources from the programme fund, will you consider making it available for local community groups or sporting organisations who may be able to apply for on the basis that they can run the diversionary activities required over the summer months?
I thank the member for her question, and I'd like to think that there won't be an underspend, that all money will be able to be drawn down, although there is a risk associated with some of the youth summer programme, because I think somewhere in the region of 40% of those schemes actually require an overnight stay, and so we'll anticipate what the Executive agree on Thursday with regards to that. I would be hopeful that that doesn't happen, although I understand that in the event that a scheme doesn't go ahead, that there are a number of projects in reserve who should be able to use that money. I would need to get further information as to whether or not that can then be moved into another project, which is outside of the scope of what's been agreed. That may take some time and may actually not be of assistance.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be aware that many children and young people face the reality of hunger over the summer months, and the Minister's predecessor introduced free school meals payments for the summer and holiday months until 2022. So can I ask the Minister if she would support free school meals continuing over the holiday periods indefinitely, and what other measures her department are looking at to tackle holiday hunger for this year?
I thank the member for her question, and absolutely understand this has been very much a long running discussion even prior to COVID, although COVID I suppose put very much a focus on the issue in relation to hunger and particularly around the holiday period. A payment scheme has been approved for this next period of time. That's been signed off quite recently. This will then be again will be £13.50 per child per week, and will be made available to all families entitled to free school meals on the 30th of June for 9 weeks. And there was a cost of around £12 million for that. Obviously, this is an issue which is doesn't just necessarily fall within education. This is something which is very much across departmental issue, and it would be something that I would be keen to take up with Minister Hargey from the Department of Communities.
I call Rachel Woods for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer. It's on the same theme of food in school. The Minister will know how important it is for children to have access to enough balanced, nutritious meals for growth, health and well-being, as well as their brain development and their concentration. So can I ask the Minister how her department ensures how meals served within schools are assessed for their nutritional value?
Thank the member for her question, and I would have to come back to her with the detail around that, but if she's content with that. Thanks.
I call Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. I congratulate her on her elevation to her new role, and I wish her well in it. I wonder, would the Minister be in a position to provide me with an update on plans for a new ASD unit at St Bridget's College in my constituency, please?
Okay, and thank you, the member, for his question in relation to St Bridget's College. I understand that there was a meeting held today with EA and officials with regards to the pressures for autism provision in the area, and my feedback from EA was that it was positive. So I do acknowledge that there are pressures in the area with regards to how that progresses. I would need to get some further information in relation to that for the member.
I call Mark Durgan.
That was a very topical quick question in this. Just hope that what's positive in the EA's eyes is positive for the school as well, and for the many young people living with ASD who are hoping to transfer there. The problems with provision, I suppose, around SEN aren't exclusive to Foyle, however, and I wonder if the Minister, or what plans the Minister has to improve or make easier accessibility to such services across the North.
And thank the member for his question, and obviously the issue of the number and the increasing number of children presenting with special educational needs has increased quite considerably over the last number of years, which then not only puts pressure on for assessment, but also in making sure that there's appropriate placements for them. I do understand that somewhere in the region of £9.5 million capital and £10 million resource has been allocated in order to try to address specific needs. There's 42 additional classrooms at 16 of the 39 special schools to accommodate in a region of 237 pupils. There's repurposing of the Cookstown youth provision, and also the Fort William site in North Belfast is being used for hopefully for temporary accommodation for the next 2 or 3 years in order to be able to address the pressures for Harberton. The main pressures, I understand, are in Armagh, South Down, Belfast and Mid-Ulster. But EA, I understand, are working to try to address this and are obviously developing an area plan which would be particularly useful in how we move forward.
And that is the end of our period of questions to the Minister of Education. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item, which is an urgent oral question to the Minister of Justice. Order members, Jim Allister has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Justice. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should continually rise in their places to indicate they still have a question to ask. The member who tables the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Justice in relation to the Troubles-related incident Victims Payment Scheme, how she will assure that victims of the Troubles are protected from the systemic maladministration identified and capital by the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman's recent report.
I call the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wish to say from the outset that the recommendations within the Northern Ireland Public Service Ombudsman's report are a matter for the Department for Communities, where responsibility rests for personal independence payments. Any issues in relation to the administration of PIP should be raised with the Minister for Communities. It is also quite wrong and unfair to victims to seek to read across the issues with PIP to the arrangements being put in place for the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme. The assessment process for the new scheme is based on different underpinning legislation to that for PIP, and the assessment arrangements are unique to that scheme. Without medical assessments, the Victims Payment Board would be unable to make payments to eligible victims under the rules of the scheme. I can assure the member that there has been engagement with the main groups representing victims of the Troubles to inform them of implementation of the scheme and development of the assessment guidance in particular. Medical assessments will only be carried out by suitably qualified personnel across a range of medical disciplines. That will ensure an assessment can be made across the full range of injuries, physical and psychological, that victims of the Troubles may have suffered. There will be a robust training programme for the assessors, which will involve theoretical and simulated assessments to ensure that they meet the competence and knowledge requirements. Following 4 weeks of intensive classroom-based learning, the health professionals must undergo a written and a practical assessment to ensure that the level of competence required has been achieved. All healthcare professionals supporting the new scheme will be subject to 100% audit until they have met an appropriate quality standard, which will be a minimum of 6 months, in addition to ongoing regular audit of their work.
I call Jim Allister for supplementary.
I'm disappointed by the complacency of the Minister's reply. Capita is a company whose services have been dispensed with in other parts of the United Kingdom because of their failures, who are the object of a devastating Ombudsman's report, who we heard in public radio this morning a whistleblower speak about the training and auditing, which was to the effect that you deny as many people as possible access to benefits in regards to PIP. So why was Capita chosen? Were there no alternatives? And what is the public commitment in terms of finance to Capita going forward?
Mr Deputy Speaker, the member is of course wrong to suggest that there is any complacence in my answer. I have focused on the facts of the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme, as members would expect. It is not appropriate for me to comment on wider issues regarding Capita and indeed regarding their delivery of the PIP scheme. The issue with respect to why Capita were appointed is clear. Capita were appointed on the basis of a tender process that took place in the early part of this year following a public procurement exercise. The contract is subject to robust monitoring arrangements. That includes arrangements to ensure that the healthcare professionals undertaking the assessments meet the necessary standards of performance. For example, all healthcare professionals supporting the new scheme will be subject to 100% audit of assessment reports completed until they have met the appropriate quality standards, which will be a minimum of 6 months. There will also be arrangements in place for the Victims Payment Board to monitor on an ongoing basis the quality of reports produced by medical assessors. That will assist with quality improvement and maintenance of the clinical competence of the assessors. There is no complacence on my part, because of course prior to the NIPSO report, which was produced last week, all of us will have had experience as a constituency MLAs in regard to the impact of Capita, and it is for that reason that this scheme has been designed in as robust a manner and as victim-focused a manner as it has been.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, you said that it wasn't for you to comment on the wider issues regarding Capita, but I have represented victims of the conflict in relation to their PIP awards repeatedly and have little confidence in terms of how Capita currently manage that contract, as indeed we have found in the IPSO report. But Minister, in terms of victims who in particular have had mental health trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder, what confidence can you give them in relation to the skills and expertise of those making the assessment?
Well, it would be fair to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that taking on the responsibility for this scheme is something that I did, not because it fitted comfortably within the remit of my department, but because it is something that I am passionate about delivering. I believe it is incumbent on this Executive and on the Assembly to deliver for victims of the Troubles, and no decision that I would take would in any way jeopardise or seek to jeopardise or re-traumatise those who have already suffered greatly. The scheme that has been designed is not the PIP scheme. It is not the assessment scheme. It is a dedicated and specialist team within Capita that have been recruited specifically for the purpose of dealing with the Victims Payment Scheme. It is a novel scheme, and the operational aspects for the schemes have been designed with victims at the centre. Victims groups have been involved in co-design of the scheme, and Capita has engaged with the main victims groups during the development of the medical assessment guidance. Training for the assessors is designed to place the specific needs of victims of the Troubles at the very heart of every decision made within the scheme. For example, the training programme to which I referred earlier will include specific trauma-related modules which are delivered with support from the victim sector itself. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important, for the sake of the mental health and for the avoidance of re-traumatisation of victims, that we do not conflate the two schemes.
I call Mervyn Story.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would urge the Minister and encourage her to listen to the clamour and to the concern and the worry that is out there in relation to this issue. And could the Minister clarify, there will be the establishment of the Medical Assessment Service, but also you have said
recently that engagement has continued with the Police Service of Northern Ireland, the Public Records Office, the GPs, the trusts, to provide for information flows to the Victims Payment Board. What will take precedence in determining and who will have the ultimate final say? Will it be the GP's history of the individual, or will it be, if I worry, it's the medical assessment part, which will be driven by capita, and given their assessment in the past, we have a lot to be concerned about?
Well, I would accept the member's point if that were indeed how the scheme will work. However, the decisions will be made where there is sufficient evidence for them to be done on a paper-based assessment based on the submission, because it was crucial when we designed this scheme that victims were not subjected to further medical assessment in person, where the information was already available either from their GP or from historic records or from previous disablement awards that their disability was valid and the extent of that disability. It will only be in cases where that information is not readily available where someone will be requested to attend for an in-person assessment under the auspices of this particular scheme. In cases where people are dissatisfied, either the applicant or the Troubles panel themselves, the Troubles Disablement Scheme, the Payment Board, they will be able to review all of the information, and appeals will be undertaken by a three-person part of that panel. So a three-member cohort of that panel will undertake any appeals. Those members of the panel are also comprising, as members will recall, of legally and medically qualified professionals.
I call Linda Dillon.
Thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, could you confirm that you would meet with the victims groups and organisations and those victims who wish to give them reassurance around this issue? The committee has offered to meet again with the groups and organisations that represent them, and we'll be doing so probably over the summer recess, just to give them that reassurance, and so if they have any concerns that they can raise them directly with yourself and with ourselves so that we can work together.
Well, I mean, the member is aware that I have continued to meet with the victims' organisations and groups. We have continued throughout this period of design to co-design the system with them, because I was absolutely determined, given my personal experience of dealing with claimants for benefits, for example, that I wasn't going to have victims of the Troubles put through the same hoops that many benefits claimants have been put through. This scheme is proportionate in terms of the assessment that is required. It has been co-designed with victims and with victims' representative groups and those organisations who work with them, and we continue to meet on a regular basis, as in fairness do capita, with those organisations to ensure that the design of this scheme puts the victims at the very heart. Furthermore, the Department is funding, as members of the Justice Committee will be aware, and indeed members of the wider House may be aware, we are funding support workers within those victims' organisations in order to support those who are making applications, so that we can ensure that the best possible evidence is provided initially, and so that victims are not put through a re-traumatising process of having to repeatedly iterate their applications in order to make it through the system. And those training sessions will be starting with the support workers in place. In fact, it is one of the reasons, having discussed with the victims' organisations and with the President of the Board, that the President decided to delay the scheme until the 31st of August in order that the entirety of the medical assessment scheme would be in place and the guidance attached, so that those people could be trained to provide that service.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think it would be entirely and deeply regrettable if this session was to undermine faith and confidence of those who have waited years, decades, in some cases 49 years, for this scheme to come forward. However, there are legitimate concerns. The Minister appears to be focusing on the design, whereas the concern in this House seems to be with regard to the potential implementation of this scheme. Victims may wonder about the Minister making comments as a constituency MLA about her experience of capita in assessing PIPs.
Can the member come to this question?
And thirdly, they may wonder what happened to collective responsibility when the Minister refuses to comment on NIPSO and the PIP's delivery through communities? Perhaps she could address those issues.
Well, with respect, Mr Deputy Speaker, the member is more than well aware that were I to stand here and make statements on behalf of the Health Minister, he and his colleagues would be some of the first to their feet to tell me that it wasn't within my varies and indeed not within my business to do so. And equally, I am not going to get into a space where I answer on behalf of the Minister for Communities. It is the job of the Minister for Communities to answer on her own behalf with respect to the detailed report of NIPSO. And the concerns that she will have around that. And she has already made many public statements in that respect to try to reassure people. It is not for me, however, to delve into that area, because it is not a matter for me as Minister of Justice, and it is not a matter over which I would be sufficiently cited, irrespective of collective responsibility. At no time, to be clear, did I suggest that the Minister for Communities was not doing her job. And so the member should understand the meaning of collective responsibility. In terms of my comments around my constituency experience, it is entirely valid for me to raise that in the context where I have the same awareness of the problems and challenges as other members of this House, and have for that reason made sure that in the design and operation of this scheme and the audit of this scheme, that it will be sufficiently robust. And the member said that I focused only on the design, but of course that is not true, because I have pointed out that as the scheme goes forward, there will be audited assessment, 100% audit of assessment reports until people meet the required quality standard for a minimum of 6 months. There will also be arrangements in place for the Victims Payment Board to monitor on an ongoing basis the quality of reports produced by the medical assessors. And as the Victims Payment Board themselves will create the appeals panels, they will have full oversight of the quality of those reports and any flaws within them, in order that we can improve any issues that do arise within the system.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for the answers to the questions so far. Minister, you've made reference to the fact that the scheme has been co-designed between the department, the board and the company providing this service, together with victims and victims' organisations. Can you tell us what satisfaction the victims' organisations have indicated to you in respect of how that co-design work has happened? And perhaps that would solve the problem of those in this chamber who wish to undermine the scheme before it even commences.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have worked very carefully in terms of a co-design approach right from the inception, where we offered to take this scheme on, right through each of the stages of design and delivery. We have worked very closely with those representative groups, including the Victims and Survivors Service and also non-statutory provision in the victim sector. We have worked to keep them informed not only of the development of the product in terms of the actual outcome, which is a service that is fit for purpose and able to deliver the scheme, but also in respect of any challenges that we have faced in that delivery, on the basis that I promised them a no surprises approach. And there have been no surprises for those organisations this week, because the contract was awarded a number of months ago, a considerable number of months ago, prior to the NIPSO report on PIP. They were aware that it was Capita, and they have met with Capita on a number of occasions to go through the detail of the scheme, how it will operate, the checks and balances that will be in place, because it is fundamental to me, above all else, that victims have confidence in this scheme. I have a duty to implement the scheme as designed by the Secretary of State. I cannot deviate from that. That requires a medical assessment to be created. I have sought within those regulations to ensure that that medical assessment will be proportionate and as light touch as is possible, given the vulnerability of the individuals with whom we will be dealing. I am committed to see this scheme through to its conclusion. I am committed to see victims able to receive their payments, and I am absolutely committed to ensure that they are not re-traumatised by their application process.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming here today. And I understand and share the concerns of many people, and indeed have raised a number of concerns about the behaviour and conduct of Capita over the years. But in relation to this scheme, The Minister's mentioned a number of oversight mechanisms and about quality assurance, and I would like to ask the Minister if she's confident that enough oversight is currently built into the contract with Capita by our department, and if there are issues, can the department revoke the contract, and how long is this contract for?
I would need to revert to the member with respect to the length of the terms of the contract because I don't have that in front of me. However, we proposed as the department the taking forward of this scheme on behalf of the Troubles, the Victims Payment Board, who at that stage had not been constituted. We did those things in parallel in order to ensure that they were able to start work without undue delay and to meet the deadlines that we had set for ourselves within the department in terms of delivery of this scheme in a time frame which was acceptable. In terms of the oversight, I'm confident that the oversight mechanisms are there. I will, however, not be complacent about how those oversight mechanisms will work, and will continue to pay interest and heed to the operation of the scheme, as it is my duty to do so when public money is being expended on it. I would also say that I have full confidence in the President of the Board and his commitment to ensure that victims are treated with respect and with dignity, and that they are at the heart of this scheme. That his role and the Board itself, their role in oversight of this contract will be significant. And as I have already said, such was his desire to ensure that victims were fully appraised of the medical assessment guidance, of the detail of the process, and that those who were going to be tasked with offering them support were properly trained, that he actually delayed the scheme with the agreement of the victim sector until the 31st of August. So I have no doubt whatsoever that he is committed to delivering this scheme and to the oversight mechanisms that are in place. But I would absolutely assure the member also, neither of us would be complacent.
I call Jerry Carl.
Minister, we can't pretend that the issues around Capita only emerged over the last week. These issues have been raised for many years, and it seems this executive has an approach of rewarding horrendous behaviour, especially towards Capita. Minister, given Capita's repeated failures, there is systemic maladministration when working with disabled and vulnerable people. How confident is she in Capita delivering this contract in a fair way? And Minister, respectfully, I would say there's no conflation of these issues. This is the same organisation that we're talking about.
Well, with respect to the member, there is considerable conflation of these issues. And let me be clear, I do not believe that the PIP assessment process, in terms of its design, was designed to assist the applicants. That is my first position on that. As a political statement, others may disagree with it, but that is my view, and it is why I voted against welfare reform in Westminster. I believe that the maladministration of the system, as I have said elsewhere, is a matter for the Minister for Communities. However, in terms of this scheme, the entire design of this scheme has been to place victims at the centre of this. It is to enable people who are vulnerable, who have been affected by the Troubles, who have been injured both psychologically and physically to a significant degree, to be able to access the funding and support that is available to them. That is the purpose of this scheme. That is the spirit in which it has been designed and co-designed with victims, and that is the basis on which I am confident that it will be taken forward, and it will be subject to robust scrutiny, as it should be, because I believe that irrespective of the reports that have been produced in recent days, the member is of course right that we are all aware as constituency elected representatives of the challenges that many disabled people have faced in applying for disability benefits. And all of us would wish to see a more compassionate approach taken on these issues. And it is that compassionate, victim-centred approach which I have sought to deliver.
There are some 5 members still interested in asking a question. I ask members to come to their question quickly. I call Peter Weir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I don't think anyone in this House is interested in undermining this scheme, but we want to make sure that every aspect of it is actually carried out properly. And if any member was hiring an employee and they got a CV from an applicant who had shown horrendous problems in previous employment, none of us would touch that particular applicant with a barge pole. So as the Minister is very keen on facts, Capita were awarded this by way of a procurement exercise. Can the Minister spell out specifically what level of weighting when assessing Capita and any other organisations that were seeking this contract, what level of weighting was given to the past performance of the organisation before awarding and in scoring this for procurement?
Well, the former minister will be aware from his own experience that procurement has to follow the procurement rules that are set down by the Department of Finance, and so it is in this case. We followed those procurement rules, and if the member wants further information in respect of the weighting of the various aspects of the scheme, we're more than happy to provide that to him in writing.
I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Could I ask the Minister, bearing in mind the legion of volume of complaints about Capita on everything from PIP failure, incorrect TV licensing and the appalling management recruitment into armed forces, and bearing in mind they've stated themselves that their entire desire is to squeeze value out of every contract they have, whether she has conducted due diligence on the company, and if she has done so, can she assert before this Assembly that she has full confidence in the company that she has awarded the potentially multi-million, multi-year contract to, bearing in mind they've already been assessed as having shown systemic maladministration?
Well, again, as I said, I'm not going to comment on the NIPSO report because it falls well outside my jurisdiction in terms of justice. However, whilst I cannot and should not comment on the administration of PIP and indeed other specific concerns that have been raised, the assessment guidance in this scheme has my confidence. The structure of this scheme has my confidence. And the role in which the payment board itself will have oversight of the medical assessment reports and the robustness of the audit has my full confidence. And I can assure the member that in such circumstances where there is any failure, systemic or otherwise, we will not be behind the door in revisiting that issue.
I call Pat Cackney.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, your department covers the appeals service. Did you take into consideration or look into the number of appeals pending because of decisions made by Capita before awarding this contract?
It would be wrong again for the member to assume that because the appeals service lies within the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service that we as a department are responsible for the operation of appeals. That is not the case. We facilitate the holding of appeals in Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service buildings. We do not and are not responsible for the individual running of individual appeals, nor will we necessarily be cited on the decision making within those individual tribunal appeals and indeed other appeals that will come forward, because it would be a matter for the independent panels and for the tribunals themselves to monitor. However, as part of our recovering justice system, we do of course look at backlogs in all elements. However, it would be, I think, difficult for us as a department to disaggregate how many of those appeals come as a result, or how many of those cases come as a result of delays due to COVID, the inability to continue to physically assess people for disablement payments, and how many come as a result of a disagreement over the appeal decision in itself.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her update to the House and also for her department in stepping forward to deliver this scheme. Can I ask the Minister what plans she has to ensure that suitably qualified professionals are contracted to assess victims for their eligibility in the scheme?
I thank the member for his question. It is hugely important that those who are doing the assessment have the right professional qualifications. So the range of disciplines that will be recruited will span from those who deal with physical disability right through to those who deal with psychological harm. Each member will have to be registered with their registration authority. They will need to have 2 years' experience, and they will also need to have experience in dealing with trauma-informed practice. There will, of course, also then be additional training, as I have already described. There will also be a flexible approach to the medical assessment process itself for applicants to the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme. The aim is to ensure that the assessment process is applicant-centred and that applicants do not have to attend unnecessary face-to-face assessment where there is sufficient information available to determine the levels of permanent disablement without a formal assessment. That, of course, will depend on the extent of the medical evidence available, bearing in mind that many of these cases will be historic cases. Healthcare professionals carrying out the medical assessments will be undergoing trauma-related training that will be delivered by one of the main victims' groups. This is to ensure that they are alert to the importance of ensuring that applicants to the scheme are treated appropriately, sensitively and not re-traumatised in the process.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister has expressed her concerns about the running of the PIP appeals as such, and indicated no confidence in that system, which is obviously run by Capita as well. And indeed, that's something in the area of 64% of people who receive a negative decision from Capita actually make an appeal against that decision. Could I ask the Minister, within this scheme that she has expressed her confidence in, what is the appeals mechanism where a negative decision is made, and can she outline that process for us?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I already have. The appeals mechanism is through the Permanent Disablement Payments Board, so the Victims Payment Board itself. 3 members of that panel, that larger panel, will undertake any appeals that are referred to the Payments Board, and that is how that will be conducted. The Appeals Board, the board itself, is comprised of lay, legal and medically qualified individuals.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her response thus far. And the Minister is aware and has already said there's many members of this House's concerns as to the Capita and the fact that there's systemic failings in that group. The Minister said that she doesn't want to see victims re-traumatised. Would the Minister accept that if this is not got right, that there's a real potential for victims to be re-traumatised?
Well, of course, if it's not got right, there is the potential for victims to be re-traumatised. If it's not done, there is also the potential for victims to be re-traumatised. They have waited for a very long time, Mr Deputy Speaker. I travelled with the members of the WAVE Seriously Injured Group to Downing Street over 10 years ago in order to campaign for this scheme. I never once thought that 10 years later we would still be discussing when it would open. I volunteered to do this piece of work. It does not fit comfortably within my department's remit, but I absolutely am committed to the delivery of the scheme. And I hope and trust that the Victims Payment Board are similarly committed. Anything that I have seen in terms of the work and the investment of time and energy that the President and his colleagues have put into this suggests that that is the case. And for those reasons, and because of the huge energy which has been expended by the victim sector in working to design this scheme, to co-design this scheme with us, I do have confidence that we will get this scheme right. But I am not complacent, and that is why robust checking mechanisms have been put in place. It is incredibly distressing for victims to have this scheme, which they have helped design, which they have helped to shape, conflated with the scheme for PIPs, which was designed at Westminster under an austerity-led government and was not there in order to assist and enable victims. And I think to conflate the two is unfair and does cause distress to victims. What I wish to do today, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to have been able to do so, is put on record the difference in the two schemes and my absolute commitment to ensure that victims are protected throughout this process.
And that is the end of this item of business. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments before we return to the final stage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill.
Order. If I could ask members to just take their seat. Thank you, members. We now return to the debate on the final stage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. And the next speaker on my list is Mr. Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I spoke against key principles of this bill at the second stage. I sought in the consideration stage to make amendments unsuccessfully. And the burden of what I had to say on both occasions was my unease and dissatisfaction, first of all, with the lack of deference shown in this legislation towards the key Christian occasion that is Easter. But the House was deaf to that. The committee was deaf to that. I then presented public health arguments in this House about the adverse impact on health of extended licensing hours and the consequences of that. And the committee and the House were deaf to that. And they also were deaf, of course, to the very powerful evidence that was delivered to the committee by the Public Health Agency. Public Health Agency reminded them of the Audit Office report, which showed that alcohol abuse is costing £900 million per annum, that at any given time there are 200 of our hospital beds occupied by those afflicted with such addictions, that in 2018 there were 284 deaths directly attributed to alcohol abuse. The committee and the House was deaf to all of that. Deaf to the evidence of Mr. Meehan from the Public Health Authority, who said very clearly, yes, if you increase opening hours, you increase accessibility to alcohol. And of course, the two key components in all of this are the affordability of alcohol, which this bill doesn't really address, kicks it down the road, and the availability, which this bill does address by making it more available, to the point where you can have in every weekend, if the provider so wishes, premises with drinking facilities up to 3 o'clock in the morning. And of course, yes, okay.
I appreciate the member giving way. Could I just ask him to consider for a second? I mean, I appreciate that there are courses of public health component to opening to all alcohol sale, whether it's on or off premises. Would he agree with me that, I mean, and I speak as someone who's spent many years working in pubs, that there is a difference in public health terms between controlled sale of alcohol on premises and the uncontrolled consumption in people's own houses, particularly when there is agreed to be a broader economic, social and cultural and often communal benefit to pubs, particularly in rural areas. So availability of sale to drink at home is a slightly different thing to availability of public houses.
Well, the member's colleague made that same point in consideration, and I give the same answer. The logic of that argument is that you never close the public houses. You just have 24-hour opening. If that is in some manner thought to dissipate home drinking. So that's the ultimate logic of the argument. I described it as fatuous, and it remains so. On the other public health issues, Professor Fitzgerald told the committee about the Norway study, which showed that for every extra hour premises are open, it increases the need for police attendance for public disorder by 16%. Staggering figure. But the committee and the House were deaf to all of that. Also deaf to the evidence from the Public Health Agency of Dr. O'Donnell. Committee, the House, didn't want to hear, doesn't want to face the public health issues. Oh yes, will preen itself when we come to talking about health issues and tell us how desperately we are concerned about the state of our health service, about how our hospitals cannot cope, about how they are bulging and breaking at the seams. But at the same time, feed the problem by intensifying the licensing hours to the point that more people become dependent on our health service. It's a matter of regret to me that this House was and remains deaf to all those issues, and no doubt will continue to be so. So I want to put on the record my opposition, based on those reasons, to this unnecessary extension of licensing hours and the unnecessary destruction of any deference towards Easter. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms. Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad that we're able to get to this stage of the bill today, and I look forward to royal assent when some of these much-needed changes can come in. And I don't wish to speak on this bill for very long. Members will have heard me a number of times before, and again I will declare an interest, as I have done previously, as a former employee of a pub in my constituency, in fact many pubs in my constituency. And whilst there is much more that I would like to have seen on the face of this bill, I am pleased to see the amendment submitted in my name, of course, at further consideration stage under section 43, and I do think it is crucial that appropriate information is produced in order for those using and engaging with this legislation can actually understand it and know what it means for them. And I would like to again draw members' attention as to what has been much of the focus of this debate in the bill, and that is of the new local producers' licences. And before I mention some wider issues, I would like to make a brief comment on communication, information sharing and working together between departments, and how legislation is scrutinised when changes are being made, particularly in relation to complex issues such as licensing law. And I recently asked the Minister of Finance what discussion his officials have had with officials in DFC in relation to the local producer's licence and associated rating requirements that are contained within this bill. And he responded to say that there had been no discussions, but he was aware of the questions that members had raised during the Assembly debate at consideration stage, and his officials would now be doing so on any implications for business rates of the proposed changes for local producers. I asked the same question to the Minister of Infrastructure. Members will know that I raised issues over the planning permission requirements at consideration stage 2, and the Minister responded to say that she wasn't aware of any contact between the Department for Communities and her department on them, and that under the planning system, issues relating to the applications for clubs would most certainly be matters for the relevant council. So I do hope that the Minister for Communities and her department, in conjunction with officials, will ensure that the local authorities have sufficient guidance and information at hand in order to deal with the queries over planning permissions, any impact on building regulations and any impact on Section 23 of the Planning Act, and that they're capable of being addressed. The same, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, in relation to the issuing of guidance and information from the Department of Finance, and really exploring the impacts and changes that may be coming down the line for those local producers who may wish to apply for the licence. And I raise these issues again, as I have done in the previous 2 stages, because I am unclear on the details, nor do I have direct access to them. And I don't know if they've been worked out properly or fully, and based on the answers that I've received to my questions, I don't know if officials have the details. So I think it's important for all members here, when we're looking at legislation that deals with a complex area and expands a lot of departments, for example licensing, that all of these things are fully explored and worked out before we get to consideration stage, for example. And if we're putting legislation through from one department but has an impact on another or more, then why are we not taking those issues into consideration about working out the unintended consequences that we as MLAs have to consider? But if we don't know what they are, how can we know what they might be? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, or Principal Deputy Speaker, in closing, this bill is welcome, and I'm glad that some of the provisions are coming into law. But there are others that I will continue to seek clarity on, and the proof of a lot of it will be in the uptake and the use of it, especially when it comes to taproom licences. And I suspect that this will not be the end of licensing reform, but a step merely in the right direction. And there is much more that we need to do. And my comments on the taproom issue aside, I don't think that we'll be back discussing, say, supporting the nighttime economy very quickly. And in particular, I think we'll be back here quite quickly on the impact of Clause 3 and the tying of entertainment licences to the liquor licence, as well as dealing with issues that may arise from the review. And this bill will also have an impact on the wider hospitality industry, as many others have mentioned. And much of it will be very welcome, but other parts will mean that opening hours will have impacts on rotas, on staff. Some public houses will not avail of the later opening hours, or the Sunday opening hours, or the Easter opening hours, but some will. And some of these changes will not be felt immediately, but will in years to come. And some will help with the impact of COVID, and some will not. There is much more that we need to do. We have already experienced a mass exit of people in this industry, particularly in our kitchens, from chefs. We talk of brain drain, but we are experiencing a very real skills drain. Many owners and head chefs will know that it is a struggle to get chefs even before last March, and now it is near on impossible. And there are people who have worked in this industry for 30+ years leaving because it is so precarious. And those people who can feel undervalued and underappreciated, those who are definitely underpaid for often the ridiculously long, gruelling hours that they have to work. And members may watch programmes on Netflix like Chef's Table and think that this is what life is like for people in the industry. It's not. It doesn't cover the 14+ hour shifts on your feet with little time to rest, let alone eat, and the impact on family life, mental and physical health that some jobs can have. And whilst an 80% furlough payment of an already limited salary was welcome, it didn't cut it. And many workers have rightly re-evaluated what they want to do and re-evaluated their work-life balance. So I hope the Communities Minister, in conjunction with her executive colleagues, will consider this going forward, and that will also a different path with the Education Minister. We can encourage the relevant committees to look at and engage with the unions, the sector representatives, the colleges, the universities and those who actually work in this industry as we try and build back better after COVID. Action is needed. And we do need to encourage more people to get into this industry. Don't get me wrong, it's an absolutely fantastic industry to work in. And we have some of the best products, the best food and the best drink in the world, in my opinion, here in Northern Ireland. And I know a lot of discussion that Mr Allister said about the health impacts of alcohol misuse. And of course we do need a strategy to deal with this and stronger support mechanisms in place. But I don't agree that the licensing hours are exactly what we need to be talking about. I think we need a wider fundamentally system change in how we deal with alcohol and substances in our society. And I've said it before, I say it again, we need to be looking, I will indeed, yeah.
Agree with me. Tackling issues such as alienation, poverty, deprivation, that aren't obviously exclusively people who have alcohol problems are from those areas, but these are a major cause for people who are addicted to alcohol, not exclusively the issues around opening hours.
Refers intervention, and I agree, and I think we have a lot to look at the impact of trauma and intergenerational trauma as well. And I think we could be looking at mechanisms like the Icelandic model, where we invest in our young people, and we've seen massive positive changes to the Icelandic society in the last 20 years. I think that's something that the Executive need to be looking at. And I note the Minister of Health's announcement today on the 10-year mental health strategy, and I look forward to learning more about how dealing with alcohol and substance misuse also fits into this. And people of all ages should be properly educated on the risks and health effects of drinking, as well as encouraging a healthy, active lifestyle. And we do know that alcohol misuse has been identified as a significant public health and social issue over many years, and we do need to take much greater steps to deal with it. So in closing, We have much to do to help those working in the hospitality industry post-COVID as well, but also to address the things that we knew beforehand, supporting the fantastic people that we have working and running in our hospitality businesses here, showcasing the best of Northern Ireland and all who will be impacted with the licensing bill here today. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Just a few brief final comments. There's a lot of obviously welcome changes in this bill, not limited to, but including the welcome change to small breweries being able to challenge some of the holds of the big drinks companies and the monopoly that they hold. I think it's a welcome change that I think everybody here, or most people, welcomed in this discussion throughout this legislation. But I just want to finally emphasise that I think there was a missed opportunity in this bill, and I tried to obviously amend it, and I referenced it a number of times throughout the debates, to not extend support and protection for workers in hospitality with this legislation. Without them, there is no hospitality to speak of. There's nobody to pull the pumps, to serve the punters. There's nobody to wait the tables. So without the workers, there's no hospitality whatsoever to speak of to promote the tourists or whomever else. Just last week, the Unite Hospitality branch, Deputy Speaker, as said in relation to the exclusion of workers' rights within this bill, and I quote them, "It's a disgraceful position to take, particularly considering that the rights and interests of local residents and other stakeholders are clearly considered within the scope of this legislation." So I think that's important to underscore, to recognise, to remember, especially as going forward with this changes coming through, this legislation being passed with royal assent. No doubt we'll come to these issues again, and unfortunately the decision to protect workers was not taken with this bill, but the rest of it I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. No other members indicated to me that they wish to speak in the debate, and therefore I call the Minister for Communities, Ms. Deirdre Hargey. Minister.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you to everybody who's contributed here today. This has been a long time in the making, as was said. Carl, who's one of my officials, has been working on this from 2005. And it's taken a few decades to get to this point, but we are at this point now, and I'm glad that we've been able to do this within a shortened mandate of this Assembly, and even in the midst of dealing with a global pandemic as well. I've said from the start that this is a balanced bill in terms of trying to balance a relaxation and moving our legislation around liquor licensing into 2021, and I think that that's long overdue. I think broadly the public agree with that, and not just the industry as well. But it is balancing that against looking at the health messaging, and of course there are additional protections around how supermarkets, for example, can advertise drinks promotions and all of that. There is work to be underdone through the Department of Health as well around minimum unit pricing, which I know was raised by some members here today as well, and obviously I would wholeheartedly support that approach. There's also additional protections in this legislation around local residents' rights and their rights to object to extended opening, and particularly on weeknights when people have to get up to go to work, and also where children have to go to school as well. So there are additional protections that have been built in to this piece of legislation as well. And the issue around workers' rights, I completely agree that we do. A Bill of Rights should be introduced within this Assembly, and I completely support that. Workers' rights needs to be fundamentally as part of that. But it is disingenuous to say that that can be done within this bill, because legally it can't. It can't be done, and I've scoped that out within the remit of this bill. And I think trying to lead people down a path to say that it can is not right, and I think it is just leading them down a path. That's not to say that we need to enhance workers' rights here to deal with a variety of issues, which I completely support. And again, I am keen to engage the Minister for the Department of the Economy in looking at that, not just around these issues, but looking at banning zero-hour contracts and a whole variety of other workers' rights issues as well. I think also in terms of just in terms of the waiting up. In terms of the other issues, there is a review built into this legislation, and I am glad that I've been able to do work with the committee, that I've also been able to do work with members in this chamber who do have genuine ambitions to make the bill as good as it can be. And I completely agree, if we were going to do a complete overhaul of this bill, I mean, we would be here probably for another 2 mandates. And I was keen that within this shortened mandate that we would make progress. And I'm glad that finally we're now at the point today, we're on the cusp of making that process going forward. And indeed, as I say, we're updating our laws into 2021 where they should be. But that review will look to the future. It will look where there are shortfalls. And I know it has been raised around some of the potential negative impacts. And I know that I also shared and raised those concerns in terms of some of the amendments that were placed. I did say that, particularly in discussions with DOF, that there could be implications and that more work needed to be done to ensure that we had evidence-based assessments and that firm proposals could come from that. That wasn't accepted, but there is the opportunity, no doubt, to do that within the review that has been built in. I do think, I want to end just quickly by thanking, I suppose, in my team, Carl, Liam, Suzanne, I know Claire then, who's given the help as well, the Chair and Vice Chair, and indeed the whole Communities Committee and members in this chamber, but importantly those outside this chamber who have been campaigning for change, who have also been campaigning in terms of the additional protections that we have brought into this piece of balanced legislation as well. I know it won't be the end of their work. They'll want to make further improvements, and of course I will want to work with them in the time ahead to do that. But there have been many false dawns with this legislation. The sun is now out today, it's shining, and I am glad that we're now at this point that we're going to move ahead to progress this legislation so that it's up and running for October of this year. So with that in mind, I want to commend this long-awaited bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill do now pass. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no? No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That the Draft Justice Act Northern Ireland 2016 Relevant Benefits Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
I call the Minister for Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to move the motion.
Moved, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This afternoon's debate is on a motion that the Draft Justice Act Northern Ireland 2016 Relevant Benefits Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved. The Justice Act Northern Ireland 2016 introduced a new approach to the collection and enforcement of unpaid fines and other penalties, introducing a range of new options designed to help people pay their fines and, importantly, to reduce the number of committals to prison for fine default. A key change was the introduction of deductions from a list of specified benefits. This new method of collection and enforcement of fines has been very successfully implemented and is now being used in around a third of default cases. The total recovered under deduction orders recently passed the £1 million mark. The 2016 Act lists income support, job seekers allowance, state pension credit and employment and support allowance as the benefits from which deductions may be made. It also includes the power to allow my department to add to the list of specified benefits by order, subject to the draft affirmative procedure. Universal credit did not exist when the Act was passed, but is now the main benefit for new claimants. It will ultimately replace existing income-based benefits under the Department for Communities rollout plans. Adding universal credit to the list of benefits specified in the Act will allow the deduction arrangements introduced under the Act to continue. It will ensure the equality of treatment for fine defaulters, regardless of whether they are in receipt of universal credit or of any of the other benefits currently specified in the Act. This issue is a cross-cutting one, as it is the responsibility of the Department for Communities to make any deductions and forward them to the court. Minister Harkey has confirmed her support for the making of this amendment. In considering taking this work forward, I have been conscious that the COVID-19 situation has resulted in large numbers of new benefit claimants, and that financial stress is a particularly sensitive matter at present. I wish to assure the Assembly that deduction arrangements carry a number of important safeguards. A person can appeal the decision to apply for a deduction order, and they can appeal the making of an order. A deduction order for fines is limited to the greater of 5% of the personal allowance element of the claimant's benefit, or £5 per week, and there can be no more than 3 deductions applied at any time. Importantly, an order cannot reduce the personal allowance element of the claimant's benefit below 75%. In the statutory debt recovery priority list, the recovery of fines sits below recovery of essential living costs, such as housing costs, fuel costs and child maintenance. This important amendment will help those who have been fined and are in receipt of universal credit to manage that debt, and ultimately will protect them against imprisonment for fine default. I therefore commend the draft order to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. The first person on my list, cue dramatic pause, is the Chair of the Justice Committee, Mr Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, and thank the Minister for outlining for us too the reasons as to why we're before the House today. And I stand to make a few comments on behalf of the committee as on this first occasion as the Chair of the committee. As the Minister has already outlined, the statute rule before us today will add universal credit to the list of benefits from which deductions may be made under a collection order for the payment of a fine or other penalty. Universal credit was under development, but had not been introduced when the Justice Act was passed in 2016, and now needs to be added to ensure that the arrangements under the Act will be able to continue as universal credit is rolled out. The committee first considered the proposal for the statutory rule at this meeting on the 10th of September in 2020 and requested further information on a range of issues, including the legislative safeguards that are in place with regard to the levels of deduction from benefits, the criteria used to evidence hardship, and the position if deductions are already being made in respect of other matters such as the repayment of a loan. Members also asked for information on how the addition of universal credit to the list of benefits from which payments can be taken will be communicated to applicants and the advice sector. When consideration and additional information provided by the Department at the committee meeting of the 8th of October 2020, members noted that before making an application for a deduction order for payments of an outstanding fine, efforts are made to engage with the defaulter and agree that the best way to engage the fine, and when deductions are considered the best option, an application is made to the Department for Communities, who then decide whether to make a deduction order and the level of those deductions. Officials in the Department for Communities also confirmed that deductions from universal credit can only be made in respect of the standard element of the benefit and not any additional amounts for individual needs such as housing, children and disability. The committee was reassured that when making a deductions order, the Department for Communities will consider the hardship, and the relevant debt team will review any deductions that are in place. Social security regulations provide safeguards to ensure claimants are protected. Fine deductions are relatively low on the debt recovery priority order, and deductions for a fine will only be considered if all other conditions to apply a deduction are met. Nothing that the scheme protects claimants from imprisonment for non-payment of fines, and also limits the number and amount of deductions taken from the benefit. The committee agreed that it was content with the proposal for the statutory rule. The Department laid the statutory rule on the 12th of May 2021, and at the committee meeting of the 20th of May 2021, members noted an update provided by the Department regarding the delay in bringing forward the rule. According to the Department, the process had been paused pending the outcome of 2 judicial review applications brought against the Department of Work and Pensions. The legal challenges had been resolved, and the grounds on which the court found against the Department of Work and Pensions would not arise in Northern Ireland, as our regulations do not provide for similar discretion. The committee also noted that the key aim of the deductions policy was to reduce the number of prison committals for the fine default, and it had been working well in relation to the current list of benefits. The statutory rule was subsequently considered at the meeting on the 17th of June, and when the committee noted that the examiner of statutory rules had drawn the department's attention to required clarification to the drafting of the rule, and this had been made by way of a correction slip laid in the Assembly on the 8th of June to clarify that the rule shall come into operation 21 days after the order is made. The committee therefore, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, agreed to recommend that the statutory rule be approved by the Assembly, and I therefore support the motion on behalf of the Committee for Justice today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Linda Dillon.
Concordia, my remarks will be very brief, just to say that I support what the Chair has said and the committee have agreed to this.
Thank you. Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Chair, I'm surprised that I've been called, but we support the proposed statutory rule. I can say on behalf of my party, thank you very much.
I did actually point down to you and go, do you want in? And you did give me the thumbs up. Maybe you thought I was giving you the thumbs up down the chamber or something, I don't know.
Licensing bill, to be honest, so I was giving thumbs up. I thought that's what the thumbs up was about.
Well, at least we know you're in favour of it. Mr John Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, you and others will be glad to know that I too will be brief, although I'm not sure that I can match the brevity of the previous two speakers. I will, however, Principal Deputy Speaker, try. I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to join others in supporting the order before the House, which allows for deductions to be made from universal credit where a fine or compensation order has been imposed upon a person by court to meet the sums due in respect of such fines and compensation orders. Principal Deputy Speaker, my comments, as I said, will be brief and relate to the collection and enforcement of financial penalties, and I'll also refer to other associated matters, such as that as a member of the Policing Board, I'm all too familiar with the statistics surrounding the likelihood of reoffending for those who fall into the justice system. For many years, there have been significant numbers of fine defaulters ending up in prison for non-payment of their fines and other financial penalties. It is vitally important that we support those who have not committed serious offences and have ceased offending, as once the custodial sentence cycle is entered, they are more susceptible to repeat offending. The Justice Act Relevant Benefits Order creates an entirely new regime for the collection and enforcement of financial penalties. It creates collection officers whose function will be to operate and enforce collection orders as imposed by the courts. The changes to fine and collection enforcement will continue to significantly reduce the numbers of people going to prison for fine default, with the addition of universal credit into the system and list of relevant benefits. Until recently, several thousand defaulters went to prison each year for short periods, often for relatively minor offences. And we must do all that we can to keep people out of the justice system. In addition to the points I made earlier with regard to custodial sentences, it is prudent not to ignore the obvious impact on police resources also. The Minister, in opening the debate, and we're grateful for it, explained the background, rationale and process involved in the changes being brought forward. I support the amendments to the Justice Act and would urge others to do so also.
Thank you. I call Mr Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Seems to be the briefest of brief comments from some. Mine will be slightly shorter than Mr Blair's, but longer than Ms Dillon's and Mr O'Toole's, but just a few comments. I have some concerns, Mr Deputy Speaker, about the difference in the way social security claimants are and can be treated compared to others who rack up fines or break the law in other areas of society. For example, this Assembly wouldn't dream of accessing the income in the same way of business owners to make deductions to pay off fines, yet it's seemingly okay to do so for those who need income from the state, who need welfare, obviously, to get by. And this Assembly hasn't really argued for the pursuing of tax dodgers in the same way, although their powers obviously don't allow them to do so, but still haven't pressed the point, despite the fact that there's massive disparity in what is lost from those who do not pay fines and those who do not pay large sums of tax, such as people we're talking about here today. I understand there is an argument that these measures could prevent benefit claimants from defaulting or even ending up in prison over the failure to pay, but I fear this method ultimately strips away autonomy over personal finances, and the DWP recently, I think it was referred to, ended up in hot water in the courts for making these kind of deductions and leaving people with too little money for food or fuel. Our system may have some more protections, I'm sure the Minister will elaborate, but this example from across the water shows unfairness at the heart of this kind of deduction system, and where the committee obviously has voted and supports this change. So I don't expect to be able to oppose it or block it in any real sense with a division or anything, but I think it's there are far better ways to help people on low incomes punished by welfare reform who face fines and who are at the sharp end of the justice system, maybe more so than other people from wealthier backgrounds, than by removing what financial autonomy they are afforded through social security. So I think these issues have to be put on the record as well. Thank you.
Thank you. No other members indicated to me at this juncture that they wish to participate in the debate, and therefore I call the Minister for Justice, Mrs Naomi Long. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today's brief debate on this draft order, and I want to thank all members for their contributions, particularly the short ones. I'll now turn to some of the points that members made during the debate. Obviously, there is the issue that Jerry Carroll has raised with respect to the vulnerability of those in receipt of benefit payments and the need to ensure that they are treated with respect and dignity, and I think that that is absolutely crucial. As my colleague John Blair indicated, it is important to recognise that a fine is the most commonly imposed criminal penalty. It accounts for almost 60% of all court disposals, and the problem of fine default has been a constant issue in the criminal justice system. Prior to the enactment of the Justice Act in 2016, options were limited to granting further time for payment, distress of goods, imprisonment and remitting the fine. Numbers being imprisoned for default were unacceptably high, in my view and in the view of the Justice Minister at that time, peaking at between 500 to 600 people per year in 2016 to 2018, and the value of unpaid fines had risen above £20 million, with those in default exceeding £13 million. So this is not a marginal issue, and returning 500 to 600 people a year to the justice system, placing people in prison for their financial vulnerability, to me is a much worse outcome than the control deductions which are made here at the discretion of DFC. Because obviously we will not deduct, as I explained in my original remarks, from those who have other pressures on their finances that cannot be met from within the hierarchy of need. It is important that where a defaulter is in receipt of a benefit that the court collection officer may apply to the Department for Communities, it's not automatic, who can then decide whether or not to make the order and apply the deductions. Those deductions from benefits orders are now in place for over a third of defaulters on fines. The amount recovered through deductions since the provisions commenced recently passed the £1 million mark. The number of prison receptions in 1920 had fallen to 222. Mr Speaker, it would be fair to say that I think imprisoning anyone purely on the basis of default of a fine is a very serious matter, and therefore it is important that the justice system, working in conjunction with others, does as much as lies within our power to avoid that particular circumstance. Mr Speaker, with that, I hope that I have answered the primary queries that members have today. Perhaps not Mr O'Toole's query as to why he was called in the first place, though I'm absolutely delighted he got to put his support on record. But I hope that I've also satisfied members, including those with reservations, which I think are understandable, of the importance of passing this order today in order to ensure that we don't end up sending people to prison for fine default. Mr Speaker, in closing the debate, I do believe the order will make a positive difference to those who are struggling to pay financial penalties and will help address the continuing challenges presented to the criminal justice system by fine default, because it is clear that if we continue down a road where fine defaulters are not able to be made to pay their fines, then the alternative will be that the number of people fined as a resolution will decrease and the number of people automatically remitted into custody will increase. I don't think any of us would wish to see that for relatively minor offences where a fine is the most appropriate penalty. And so I think it's important in this that there is balance, and on that basis I commend this draft order to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Draft Justice Act NI 2016 Relevant Benefits Order NI 2021 be approved. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I could ask members just to take their ease for a few moments, and then we will move on to the next item on the order paper. Order. Order. The next item on the order paper is a legislative consent motion for the Rating Coronavirus and Directors' Disqualification Dissolved Companies Bill. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly agrees to amendments to Northern Ireland legislation dealing with disqualification of company directors to enable the conduct of directors of companies which have been dissolved to be investigated and, where appropriate, disqualification action taken and compensation for creditors sought, being included in the Rating Coronavirus and Directors' Disqualification Dissolved Companies Bill as introduced in the House of Commons on the 12th of May 2021.
Thank you. I call the Minister for the Economy, Mr Paul Frew, to move the motion. Minister.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. The Rating Coronavirus and Directors' Disqualification Dissolved Companies Bill was introduced in Parliament on the 12th of May 2021 by the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. Clause 2 of the bill amends the Company Directors' Disqualification Act 1986, which applies to England, Scotland and Wales. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, entrepreneurship drives economic growth. Setting up in business on your own account can bring rich rewards, but there is a risk. If your business gets into financial difficulty, you are personally liable for its debts. If you cannot pay them, you could end up being made bankrupt, which could mean losing all your personal assets, including your family home. Limiting your liability by trading through a limited company can therefore be a safer option. However, if a company does not pay its debts, that in turn may have serious consequences for creditors who may also face financial difficulty and insolvency. There is therefore a need to ensure that limitation of liability is not abused by individuals setting up companies and allowing them to accumulate debt which goes unpaid. Under the law as it stands, the conduct of directors of live companies and those which are subject to insolvency proceedings can be investigated. Under company director disqualification legislation, directors can be disqualified for a period lasting from 2 to 15 years if evidence of misconduct is found. Directors who have been disqualified can also be required to pay compensation if their conduct has caused loss to creditors of a company which has become insolvent. But, Mr Speaker, there is a gap. A company can be dissolved by the simple expedient of applying to have it struck off the Register of Companies. It can be struck off without having been subject to insolvency proceedings. There is currently no legislative provision in either GB or Northern Ireland to permit the conduct of the directors of dissolved companies to be investigated or disqualification action taken. Before investigation could take place, the company would have to be restored to the register, which is a complex and time-consuming process involving an application to the High Court at public expense. Clause 2 of this bill amends the Company Directors Disqualification Act 1986, which applies in Great Britain, in order to close this gap. The amendments will ensure that directors of companies which have been dissolved without having been through insolvency proceedings are subject to the same regime as directors of companies that have done so. It will ensure that directors can no longer use dissolution as a means to evade their corporate responsibilities or escape liability to compensate creditors for losses they have suffered. My department's policy and practice has always been to keep director disqualification legislation in Northern Ireland in parity with that applying in the rest of the United Kingdom. There is therefore a need to make corresponding changes to the Company Directors Disqualification Northern Ireland Order 2002, and that is what Clause 3 of this bill does. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, normally such amendments will be taken through our Assembly process. However, there is an urgency which necessitates having the amendments dealt with by Westminster legislation rather than an Assembly bill. The amendments need to be in place in Northern Ireland at the same time as the rest of the United Kingdom. This is because they are a key element of the UK Government's initiative to tackle fraud in connection with loan and grant schemes set up to assist companies during the pandemic. The intention is that the investigation and enforcement powers bestowed by this bill will be used where company directors have been party to the making of fraudulent claims under these schemes and have attempted to conceal their actions by applying to have their companies dissolved. Existence of these powers is also needed to discourage the use of dissolution as a way of fraudulently avoiding repayment of government-backed loans given to businesses to support them during the coronavirus pandemic. It would take a minimum of 12 to 18 months to bring correspondence provision for Northern Ireland by an Assembly Act. It would not therefore be feasible to do so during what remains of this current mandate. That is why I am seeking the Assembly's consent to provision for Northern Ireland being included in the Westminster Bill. Therefore, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Deputy Chair of the Economy Committee, Mrs Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise as Deputy Chair of the Committee for the Economy, and I will be relatively brief and perhaps maybe a little bit repetitive. The Rating Coronavirus and Directors Disqualification Dissolved Companies Bill was introduced and given its first reading on the 12th of May 2021. MPs considered the second stage yesterday. The committee welcomes the purpose of this bill. However, members have some comments to make following its brief consultation on the bill, which I will detail later. This bill addresses public concerns about the abuse of limited liability by extending the powers of the Department for the Economy to investigate the conduct of company directors, to include former directors of dissolved companies, to commence disqualification proceedings against them where public interest criteria are met, and to seek compensation where their conduct has caused loss to creditors. The bill ensures that a gap is closed, as there is currently no provision enabling investigations to be carried out and disqualification actions taken where a company has been dissolved by being struck off the register of companies. Legislation dealing with insolvency and company directors is a devolved matter, so legislative consent is therefore required. The Minister indicated to the committee that it would take considerably longer to pass an Act of the Assembly to introduce these measures into law here than it does by using the Westminster Bill and this LCM. The committee recognises that the timing of the bill is important, given the concerns over the potential fraud occurring in the loan and grant schemes that were established to assist companies through the COVID-19 pandemic. The legislation will enable investigations to be carried out and disqualification proceedings taken in the case of company directors who have acted fraudulently or dishonestly in claims made to these schemes. The committee agreed that whilst the LCM is generally not the preferred way for the Assembly to legislate, it is necessary to give effect to these provisions through this bill, as amendments to an Act of the Assembly would take at least 1 year, and we are nearing the end of the current mandate. The legislative consent memorandum was laid in the Assembly on the 20th of May 2021. The draft motion was contained in the memorandum and the motion itself was laid on the same day. The Department wrote on the 4th of May 2021 to inform the committee of the bill to be introduced and that the Minister intended to bring forward the LCM to enable amendments to legislation here to be given in the bill. Given the limited time frame, the committee wrote to stakeholders at that stage to seek their views by the 21st of May. This brief consultation was based on the information that the committee had already received from the department at that time. However, at that point, it did not include the bill or the legislative consent memorandum. The committee received responses from the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, the Federation of Small Businesses, Newry Chamber of Trade and Commerce and Deloitte. Due to considerable time restrictions, the committee was unable to take oral evidence on the bill or the LCM. The committee is very grateful for all of the responses that it did receive. The responses indicated a general support for the rationale of the bill. Stakeholders recognise that the amendments should provide a further deterrent against fraud, particularly given the various government schemes to provide loans of public money during the pandemic. One respondent called for the provisions to be accompanied by additional resources to support the Insolvency Service in carrying out its investigatory role under the legislation. Another respondent, while supporting the provisions, highlighted the general inefficiencies in the powers to deal with director fraud. The response highlighted that it was likely that any director attempting to commit these types of frauds or fraudulent actions that this is aimed at would have the foresight and ability to do exactly the same and render the legislation meaningless. The point was also raised around deficiencies in the investigative methods and that the enforcement regime needs to be changed to compel such directors to comply and for repercussions that actually impact on the activities. The committee would ask that the Minister engages with stakeholders around these particular issues that have been raised around the bill. Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. No other members indicated that they wish to speak, so I call the Minister to respond. Minister.
I think, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, may I begin by thanking the members for the Deputy Chairperson for her very helpful comments and the support of the motion and the necessity for it. Can I also thank the colleagues in the Executive and then of course the wider committee for considering this matter in such a timely manner which has allowed this motion to be debated today. The speed of which this has come has not been lost on me, and the impacts on that, as has been rightly suggested by the Deputy Chairperson with regards to the speed and not having the time to consult properly is something that's very important to me, and if it could have been done any other way, I would certainly have liked that to be the case. I also take on board the wider issues which she raises, the member raises, and I will give her this commitment. I'll look into that with regards to the enforcement and how this works in reality. So without further ado, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the Assembly and thank members for their support.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the Speaker has accepted an urgent oral question to the Minister for Health for an update on the review of the radiology reports in the Northern Health and Social Care Trust from Mr Philip McGuigan. Unfortunately, members, the Minister for Health is unavailable to answer that question before 6 p.m. Ministers are expected to ensure that they are available to come to the Assembly every sitting day, and I hope that the Minister will be in a position to explain why he was unable to come to the Chamber to answer this urgent question sooner today. The sitting is by leave suspended until 6 p.m.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Thank you, members. The sitting is now resumed. Before we start the urgent oral question, members will be aware that there is a general expectation that ministers will make themselves available to the Assembly on plenary days. I appreciate that more than most, the Minister for Health has a very busy portfolio, and he does attend the Chamber regularly and makes himself available to members for scrutiny. It's disappointing that the Minister was unable to attend at an earlier time today before the need to suspend the Assembly for more than an hour. However, I think we should move on Mr Philip McGuigan has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, if they could please rise continually in their place so that I could take a note and add them to the list. The member who tabled the question will be automatically called to ask a supplementary, and I now ask the Clerk to please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health for an update on the review of radiology reports involving 9,091 patients in the Northern Health and Social Care Trust.
Minister for Health, Mr Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I thank you for the indulgence in recalling the House and apologise for the situation that I found myself in today. And I think you have indicated that I do make myself available to this House on quite a regular occurrence. In regards to the answer, as members will be aware, the Northern Trust has written to over 9,000 patients to inform them that a review is underway regarding the work of a locum consultant radiologist who was involved in their care whilst working for the Trust between July 2019 and February 2020. The review period will be for the 21st of June to the 29th of October 2021. Letters were issued by First Class Post yesterday, 20th of June, and a patient advice line and website portal went live on the same day. The Trust is working through the review on a clinical priority basis, that is, looking at the highest risk categories first, in order to identify any potential for misdiagnosis. As part of the review, it may therefore be necessary to recall some patients for clinical assessment. However, at this stage, it is too early to say how many of these patients may need to be recalled. The background of this is that my department was notified by the Northern Trust on the 29th of April 2021 that the General Medical Council had sought information about the consultant's work, prompting the Trust to review a random sample of 30 CT reports generated by the local consultant radiologist during her tenure with the Trust. The outcome of the review was such that a wider review of the consultant's work was deemed necessary in the interests of patient safety, as 22 of the 30 reports were deemed to be satisfactory, 8 were deemed to be unsatisfactory, with 2 of the 8 reports graded as Grade 1 or a serious error. These will now be subject to a serious adverse incident review.
Mr Philip McQuigan.
Prio last can Collier. I myself am disappointed, Minister, that I've had to wait to 6 o'clock to ask this question. Indeed, I could maybe go further and say, given the seriousness of this issue, that perhaps the Minister of his own volition should have come to the House and made a statement on this very serious issue to MLAs, but beyond MLAs, to the wider public, without having had to be asked. I mean, like other MLAs, I presume I have been contacted by constituents today who have received this letter. In one conversation with a lady in particular, in her own words, she said it was a massive shock, especially as she said the wording of the letter was very vague, and she had to read it a couple of times to actually comprehend what it contained, given her shock. So, Minister, this isn't the first review. I mean, the Department have seen quite a number of reviews and recalls in the last few years. And given my comments about the vagueness of this letter, can I maybe ask the Minister what lessons the Department will learn from this and from previous reviews in terms of how it communicates with patients in instances like this, and indeed how it supports patients in instances like this?
And I thank the member, and I addressed my apologies earlier in regards to where I was today. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, it goes without saying that incidents of this nature are of the gravest concern to me as Health Minister. However, I want to assure members of the public that correct and appropriate steps are being taken by the Trust to quickly and thoroughly identify any potential for harm to these patients and to take any follow-up action as may be necessary. It is not possible to provide further detail without speculating. However, I am happy to provide further updates to this House as we learn more. In the meantime, I am assured that this exercise will be conducted with the utmost care and attention to these patients' needs, including the provision of advice and psychological support as required. And as the member will be aware, there was communication issued as well from the Northern Trust this morning to all elected representatives who cover that area in regards to an email address and also a telephone number which will be directly linked to this recall, and that was indicated in the letter that was supplied to those patients of the concern in regards to the recall as well.
Mr. Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And unlike others, I'm not particularly perturbed about your absence earlier today, but I'm glad you're here now. And I am thankful, Minister, that there is systems in place to catch on incidents like these. I think we'd be in a much worse place if this hadn't have come to light and there'd been no system in place by your department to find out these errors. That said, there's over 9,000 people, as we've talked about already today, in relation to getting those letters, whether they be vague or otherwise. But what assurance is given that some of this is dated back to 2019, that whatever piece of work is carried out will be carried out in a fairly timely manner to take away the concerns for some of those? Because given some of the media reports today, whilst there may be a small number, whilst that number may be small now, there's still 9,000 people who are very anxious tonight. So what assurances can you give those who receive these letters that whatever reviews has to be done will be carried out in a timely manner, and those people who require additional treatment because of those errors will be expedited given the passage of time that's already passed?
And I thank the member for his comments. And again, it is unfortunate that these incidents are and do happen. But I think, and I thank the member for indicating that when an incident like this does come to light, there are the appropriate measures in place, should that be for look-back reviews or callbacks in regards to how each incident is graded as well. And as I said in my initial statement to the member in regards to the prioritisation of those members or those patients who have received the letters of the 9,000, the Trust itself is working through the review of a clinical priority basis. It's actually looking at the highest risk categories first in order to identify any potential misdiagnosis so that those patients are called back first. And as part of that review, it may be therefore necessary to call some patients for clinical and further clinical assessments and upgrades. However, as I did say, it's too early to say how many of the patients may need to be physically recalled, but that work is ongoing. It already has started within the Trust, but if there is any patients who receive one of those letters that do require additional supports or inputs, the telephone number is there, but also the email contact is there as well.
Members, the rules governing questions for urgent oral answer are set out in Standing Order 20B, and while there is no time limit prescribed in the standing orders, it's convention in this House that an urgent oral question will result in half an hour. I have more people than time left, I think, so if I could ask people to be very focused in their questions. Ms Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for making himself available on what is an extremely urgent manner. I too, like many other MLAs, have been contacted by many constituents who have yet to receive a letter but are afraid that they will do so. My question is, we've become aware today that the radiologist in question here continues to work within the UK, and I'm just curious if you've had any conversations with the Northern Trust surrounding this. It's very concerning that they believe 7% may have suffered from a delayed diagnosis. So I'm just really curious as to what conversations you've had on the continuation of this radiologist working in the UK.
And I thank the member for that point in regards the radiologist is no longer working for the Northern Trust or within Northern Ireland. As I said also in my earlier indications, this incident and the concern was actually highlighted to my department via the Northern Trust that the General Medical Council had sought information about the consultant's work, so there was concern raised through the appropriate regulation body that actually brought it to the Northern Trust in the first instance.
Dr Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, and may I thank the Minister indeed for coming here and urgently dealing with this question. I think the question we have before us, I must make a declaration of interest because, of course, I've been seen by a radiologist within the Antrim Area Hospital within the last couple of months. One of the things I would say, could the Minister ask, could he indicate how quickly the serious incident review is likely to report, and when it does, how quickly we'll be able to make the response to that?
And I thank the member for his point. The serious adverse incident investigation will start, and it will be chaired and conducted actually through the Trust's advised line. The Trust advised that the SIA has been declared to review the individual circumstances of 2 patients with a grade 1 error, and finding an example and also the outcome of the radiology look back on the radiology activity undertaken by the local radiologist in practice, who was in practice and working across a number of hospitals in the Northern Trust site. So the Chief Executive of the Northern Trust will commence that work as soon as possible.
Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, you'll recall that when the neurology recall process took place, the Belfast Trust was 20 neurology consultants down, and I heard the Dr O'Brien, I think, was on the radio this morning saying that that trust is 7 or 8 urology consultants down. The neurology recall put so much pressure on the existing service. What extra measures, extra resources are you putting into the Northern Trust to make sure that the system doesn't collapse in its entirety because of all this review? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her point as well. And it is about the concern in regards to how we actually support an already overstretched workforce in radiology. We have a number of vacancies, not just in the Northern Trust but across Northern Ireland, and it does take time to train the radiologists to the degree that we see that they need to work within Northern Ireland and the Northern Trust. So that the Northern Trust is working with other trusts to identify any additional resource that may be available to support the radiologists in the Northern Trust while they conduct this while they conduct this look-back review.
Mr Boris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, this is a serious matter, and you have suggested that letters will be sent out to all those patients affected. However, what about letters to those who are unaffected to give them some reassurance that they are not at risk?
I thank the member for his point, and I understand where he raises that point from. But I think the Northern Trust has been clear for anybody who has been scanned or seen by a radiologist in the Northern Trust over the same period of time. If they have not received a letter or been identified, they have no concern to be worried about, because it was not a piece of work that was conducted by this radiologist. If they are concerned, the number is there, they can contact, but I would ask members who haven't been seen or yet received a letter to please be reassured that if they needed to be contacted by the Northern Trust, they already would have been.
Ms Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House. And apologies, Minister, I'm not sure if it's my hearing or your mic, but I'm really struggling to hear you. But just in relation to you mentioned about psychological services for those who have received a letter. How exactly will people be able to access those psychological services? And is there the capacity within the health service? Because it's been my experience that there isn't capacity to deal with the services, those with mental health issues and needing psychological services currently. And now we have an additional potentially up to 9,000 people. And I don't for 1 minute suggest that all 9,000 would need psychological services. But even if it is 1,000, that is going to be a real pressure. Even if it is 100, that is going to be a real pressure. So I'm just wondering, do we have the capacity, and how will people be offered this service?
And again, I think the member that indication has already been put out in the media notices from the Northern Trust, but also the letters themselves, because it is something that we've seen over the past number of recalls in regards to putting in that psychological support. And what I will say, that helpline and a dedicated email address has been established for anyone who receives a letter and is particularly concerned. It's a free phone number. It's 0800 023 4377, and has been set up and can be called from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, and public holidays. And there's also a dedicated email address which has been established within the Northern Trust, and that's radiologyreview@northerntrust.hscni.net. And any patient who has concerns about their treatment and would like information, they should contact the Northern Trust via the helpline or the website itself. It does put additional stresses and strains on our psychology services, but in regards to what we've seen in the past and engagement with the Patient-Client Council in regards to other recalls, this is the right thing to do to provide support and reassurances for people who are concerned about this recall and may be concerned about what isn't actually included or intimated in the letters themselves, so that additional support is there for them as well.
Mr Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I, like other members, recognise the importance of having urgent reviews for these 9,091 patients who have to have their diagnosis reassessed. But I've noticed in the Royal College of Radiologists website last year, they're indicating there was about 30% of vacancies of radiologists in each part of the United Kingdom. So my question to the Minister is, to what extent is the over-reliance and having to use locums contributing to this difficulty? and is he in discussion with other health ministers so that there's a long-term plan to have a sustainable radiology workforce that will be able to meet the increasing demand for radiology and diagnosis?
I thank the member, and I think he highlights a problem not just in regards to this incident and this look back as well, but it's also about and it's something I've said here before in regards to the long-term underinvestment in our staff, and that's why we do see an unfortunate reliance on locums and also the additional financial pressures that places on our health service and our health trusts as well in regards to that. But in regards to the recruitment of radiologists, we are looking for our allied health professionals to increase those number of training places so we actually can reduce the number of locums. The transformation of health and social care in Northern Ireland, as the member will know, is a priority, and the Department has undertaken significant work to try and alleviate the workforce pressures across the health and social care system, and is examining all potential options and implications as to how to address the issues of rising locum expenditure.
Mr. Colm Gildernew.
And Minister, thank you. It is concerning to see another large-scale recall and symptomatic of the pressure that workforce and the services are under. However, given the central importance of radiology in terms of imaging and diagnostics, and given the situation that we already know exists with waiting lists, what is your assessment of the impact this will have on radiology services across other trusts?
And to thank the member for that vital point. I don't see it having a knock-on effect in regards to this. This will be additional work that unfortunately we will see our radiologists undertake, but it should not stop or hinder the advancement of the work that we need to do while we build back that service that is currently in place. So the Northern Trust, as I said, are working and also working with other radiologists and across different trusts in regards as to how they can make sure this does not have any direct impact on the timeline of work that we need to see to actually rebuild our service, especially in diagnostics.
Mrs. Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to get this update from the Minister this afternoon on this very concerning news from the Northern Trust. Given the distress this recall will have on affected patients, clear and speedy communication is of utmost importance. Can the Minister give assurances that patients will be regularly and properly updated throughout the process of the review should concerns arise relating to their particular case?
And again, I thank the member for that, and I want to assure members, all patients and families, that this investigation into these matters will be comprehensive, and that anyone whose cares need to be reviewed will be contacted as quickly as possible. As I said, we have written, the Northern Trust has written to over 9,000 patients or parents and guardians. And again, patients, as I said in an answer to an earlier member, patients who received the letter do not need to take any action. And the Northern Health Trust plan to run and review and recall stages of a process in tandem. And this means that every patient will be contacted again as soon as the Trust knows the outcome in relation to their images. And for those who may require further imaging or a follow-up appointment, the Trust will make the necessary arrangements very quickly. But again, I will stress the helpline and dedicated email address has been established for anyone who receives a letter or is particularly concerned, and that number and email address is available.
Ms. Emma Sheeran.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister. We've already had reference to this locum having worked or is currently working in the UK. Do we know if this locum had previously been employed in any cross-border work or in any of the other trusts in the North?
I don't have that detail, but in regards to that I can get back to the member. But the specific timeline of concern is why they were actually working in the Northern Trust between July 2019 and February 2020, and the review period will be between the 21st of June to the 29th of October 2021.
No other member has indicated to me that they wish to ask any questions, so that concludes questions to the Minister for Health. The final item on the agenda is the adjournment. The Assembly is now adjourned.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern